Hey everyone, how is everyone doing? Welcome back to my channel. Oh my god, I don't. Let me turn this on, 'cause I hate the way I sound. Let's say hi to everybody. Happy, what's today? Thursday? Today's Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone. Okay, let me see here. Everything ever just. I won't be able to hear what's going on the outside. Mm-mm. Maybe one day. Okay, what are you talking about, Marie Bembry? Everything. Who is Ava? I don't even know who that is. Hi, Jenny Lee. Can someone tell me, does this YouTube channel research information or just share from other pages? I don't want fake news. Well, I'm never claimed to be a researcher, but when I do talk about things, I go to the page that person is talking on and get the information from them. What most people do. Hey, Angie Styles, Sandy. Hey, Goose. Hey, Sparkle. How are you? Billy, how you doing? Mama of six, Selena. Anything for Selena? Yvette. Amanda. Hey, Natasha. Hi, Tina. Honey Locklear, how are you? Amy, it's so good to see you guys. Let's see. Make sure I'm not forgetting anybody. Hey, Holade, I haven't seen you in a while. How are you? Erica, how are you doing? I just have to say hi to everyone. Yvette, it's good to see you. Debbie, keeping up with KP. It's good to see you, girl. Um, so obviously there's been a lot of things going on today. I got a lot of messages from people, and I thank everyone for sending me information. It genuinely means a lot to me. And I realize that a lot of people, excuse me, I realize that, hey, guess what? Everybody's talking about this right now. Everybody is, because it's just, not only is it infuriating, but hey, down the rabbit hole, it's good to see you. Not only is it infuriating, but it is also very confusing. Very, very confusing. Um, and I think, and oh, thank you, down the rabbit hole. I love her, you guys. Please, I mean, she is a bigger channel, but she is amazing. Her content is amazing. She's honest. She uses her critical thinking. She's everything I look for in a channel. So definitely go subscribe to her. She's amazing. Say Robbie. That's my Gemini brother there. Hey, say Robbie. That's my boo. Okay, so I know that it's confusing. It's very confusing because it's nice to get everyone's opinion. Trust and believe. I have looked at everyone's live stream, um, from Renelle Smith. I've watched her. I watched a little bit of Charlotte. Everyone has a different side of information, and everybody has something to offer and brings different things to the table, different opinions, and that's okay. Um, a lot of us already knew that this was going to happen with KJ, and it is what it is. It is what it is. But the reason why I feel like this particular topic is important to talk about is because everybody has different opinions, and some people don't believe that this is about race. And I've told you guys, I don't either. But there are racial undertones that need to be acknowledged. That's what I do on my channel. This is what I do. This is what I talk about. I bring awareness to racial injustice, social injustice. Because I've dealt with it my whole life. And I know contrary to popular belief, some people think that if you stop talking about it, it goes away. I disagree. When you don't acknowledge things, okay, and you sweep it under the rug, it doesn't go away. It just gets worse. You have to acknowledge it. You have to talk about it, no matter how uncomfortable it makes you feel. It is what it is. And most people that don't want to talk about it and don't want to acknowledge it is because it makes them feel uncomfortable. And as I have said, what? I didn't call you up. Where are you getting that from, Natasha? Um, but like I said, it's always something I feel like that needs to be addressed. That's just the way that my mom raised me, and it's not for everybody. Some people don't want to address it. Some people don't like to hear about it, and then that's when you choose different, other people to watch that don't talk about it. That's all I can say. The stuff swept under the rug always sees the light of the day and is usually 10 times worse. Thank you, Alberta and Stella. I appreciate that. And that's what I mean. Um, Maybe more about it wasn't female when they showed up. So sad. Racial undertone is a good way to put it. I agree. I agree. I think it's definitely a good way to put it. I wouldn't make it all about race. Like there are some cases that I will say, like Kanika Jenkins and all those kind of things, of why that case didn't blow up compared to like Gabby Petito, stuff like that. That's different. But with this case, overall, it is about a man, um, a son, a father, a husband, a Marine, a, a brother. You know what I'm saying? It's about all of that. However, I do think it would be bigger if he was white. That's just my opinion. So, the wonderful and just predictable, I'm being sarcastic, of course, without a crystal ball, something doesn't go away like racism just because you don't talk about it. Maybe other things like not going back and forth with different creators, but not something as serious as racism. I agree, Goose. Um, I agree with that too. Keeping up with KP. Um, I wish people would quit giving KJ's dumbass attention. That's what she's after. I think she's after that, but I think it's something deeper than that. Um, who's Okay, so the only thing that I will say is that I'm going to obviously show you guys a few things of what was said today and acknowledge it, and we can have a discussion about it. I agree, Wendy. Racism has to be it has no place today. I agree, Alberta and Stella. I agree. I felt like I missed the comment up here. Okay, but anyway, so there was a post that Without a Crystal Ball did on Facebook. And I don't know if people know who this is. I don't know her, but I do know that she has a channel, and I will link it in the description below. And I do know that she, I think she was in here for a minute yesterday. Hold on. Okay, I will go out and come back in again because I guess I'm roboting. So hold on one second. KJ is trying to angle to get this up before she's done. I agree, Billy. Okay, hopefully I'm not roboting anymore. All right, so I'm gonna pull something up, but like I said, I'm pretty sure she was in the comment section yesterday. I don't know her, but I do remember her being on either Justice for All or Molly's panel. So hold on one second. I'll just bring it up. All right, hold on one second so I can share my screen. I agree. I agree. And this is YouTube. Okay. Whatever creators do is what they choose to do. And what I choose to do is call her out on her bullshit, which just like other creators are doing. Some people are not, some people are. That's what I've been doing from the beginning of her talking about this case. So hold on one second. I'm not going to play this whole clip. I'm only going to play just a tiny bit of it, but this is something that, hence why the title of my live. This is something that KJ posted today that I wanted you guys to see. Okay.
That totally. Yeah. And I felt like her privilege got in the way of that, because if it was a black woman and that was a white man, they would have immediately took her in. If she's doing all this stuff on social media, and a lot of people won't agree, but there are two different justice systems. There's different types of treatments there's different type of treatments in hospitals that black people get.
As far as like incarcerations and stuff, you're absolutely right. There's more African Americans incarcerated.
Someone said she's Latina. She's a minority, right?
Her last name's Rodriguez, so she's gotta be.
She's Latin, I think. I mean,
Latina.
I'm not trying to take away from
Yeah.
what you're saying. Someone posted in the chat. So, does she have the look?
Oh, it doesn't matter what they're saying because they're not up here talking.
Well, that's so rude, though, because they are in the chat, and I think everybody's comments matter. Like you.
Queen Tulsa is her name. Like I said, I think I seen her in my chat yesterday. And she's spot on. She's right about a lot of things, but this is what KJ posted. I'm going to read to you guys what she said. Okay. So it says, a live from 6 days ago, Goddess Tulsa joined the live panel on Molly's channel. Goddess is a black woman and someone that speaks about racial issues. She wanted to share her insight into the black experience when it comes to getting medical services. Goddess never had the chance to explain that one of the primary reasons, I'm assuming that she's talking about black people, avoid the hospitals is due to discrimination and racial profiling by staff. Black women are the most at risk for fatalities in childbirth due to the systematic racism and distrust of the medical community. Numerous OBs and doctors have written about racial disparities in treatment of Black people versus white people in hospitals. The issue is so big that the CDC and major medical organizations have been working to make healthcare more accessible to Black people. The panel would not let her finish. She was removed from the panel for being hostile and rude. I'm inviting Goddess Tulsa to my channel if she wants to finish this discussion, as I do believe this played a role in Vaughn not wanting to go to the doctor. Sherelle, another Black creator, was kicked off panel with Molly as well. That's not true. On Sherelle's channel, she pointed out that this story involved a Black man and a panel of white people not listening to the Black creators about their experience. Who would be better to help others understand the situation than someone that lives this life daily? Okay, so can you guys hear me? You guys should be able to hear me, right? Amanda J, are you not able to hear me? Okay, well, just hopefully everybody else can. All right, so that is what Katie, Without a Crystal Ball, posted earlier today. And Queen Tulsa has been on that panel before and takes over. I'm not talking about her taking over the panel, nor am I talking about anything else except for the fact that, to me, I understand everything that Queen Tulsa is talking about. Those statistics are very true. Yes, Without a Crystal Ball is right about that. But how many times has Without a Crystal Ball brought up these issues prior to her wanting to seek vengeance? And that's just my opinion. Okay. To me, I feel like she's very salty about the fact that Letitia didn't want any kind of communications with her. I think she's salty that the family didn't want to align with her. And she's literally, okay, thank you, Shannon. So she's literally bringing up these issues, and I don't like that. You don't use Black issues and the things that Black people endure. You don't use that when it suits you or when you're trying to seek revenge on somebody. Okay? Because let's not forget, a few days ago, she literally accused Letitia of carrying a concealed weapon across state lines and felt that her life was endangered, saying this about a Black woman. Let's not forget, a week ago, she just threw this Black family, okay? If you really want to talk about that race, it doesn't matter, but she's the one who is bringing up racial things, and I think she's doing it for vengeance. She's not and I don't watch KJ, and I'm sure a lot of people watch her because they're keeping track of what she says, what she does. When has Without a Crystal Ball ever cared about racial injustice in this world? When does she bring this up? Because to me, she's only bringing this up to cause a war, to make herself look and feel better. And also because of all of the things that she has recently done to Vaughn's family, to Letitia, to Marvin Sr., and to his wife. She literally just threw them under the bus, made them put out all their public, even though it's public, it doesn't matter, put out their criminal record. She did all of these things. And what I'm talking about is, when has she ever cared about it? It really pisses me off when people pretend as though they care about racial injustice only when it suits them, only when it benefits them, only when they're trying to seek vengeance on somebody. That's my problem. She's using this, okay? When has she ever cared about racial injustice or cared to have anybody on her panel to talk about this? Racial injustice has been going on forever. So now all of a sudden you want to talk about it because you don't like this family? You're using this family. You were trying to use this family, and now you're trying to use other people to get back at this family. So what a great opportunity for you to have this Black woman come on your panel and talk about racial injustice and the things that Black people endure. Now, no, you don't have to call it out all the time. You don't have to talk about it all the time because that's not the genre of your channel. But that's still something that you should talk about more than just when it suits you. If you cared about it. That's what my problem is. And to me, you don't give a damn about this woman or what she has to say, or having her go on your panel so she can speak about. No, you're doing it. You're trying to use this woman for revenge. You're trying to use this woman to get back at Letitia and her family, and to get back at Molly and Justice for All, because it didn't go your way, and you're doing everything that you can to make that happen. You literally said a few days ago that you were going to stop talking about this case, that you're done because supposedly you felt like your life was in danger. Bullshit. But regardless, you said you were going to stop talking about it. But here you are on Facebook every day running your mouth, trying to act like you're a damn doctor now, because you just went live not so long ago, watched a little bit of that, trying to pretend like you're some doctor and you know what you're talking about. You don't. You don't. You won't stop. Leave this family alone. Go on with your life. Go back to the Duggars. Go back to cover. This family is going through enough. Enough. Okay? Regardless of what you think about this family, if you think that there's no transparency, hey, if there's no transparency, it'll come out eventually. You're not going to be the one to take it to bring it out because nobody wants to listen to you. You've lied from the very beginning and you've been caught in all of your lies. This family has to endure and pretty much is for the fight of their life right now. And here you are doing whatever you can to seek revenge. And nobody's stupid because you're changing your tune all of a sudden. I'm pretty damn sure that the only reason why you're changing your tune is because you're gravitating over to Dre. It's very, very obvious. And when I show you the video, which I'm sure some of you have seen, but it's very obvious. And guess what? I'm sorry, you guys. I just get so mad. Okay. This family's going through enough. That's all I can say. And all you're doing is keep piling on things. And, you know, maybe they are ignoring things. But like I said, I've been calling her out since the beginning because all she has done is lie throughout this entire case. And I've been calling her out, and I'm not going to stop now. Okay. She does this and says Vaughn's mom is carrying a gun across country and threatening. She can't help but be racist. And that's how she's handled it. I think she's trying to get this Queen Tulsa on her panel for multiple reasons. And I do hope that Queen Tulsa does not go on her panel. But if she does, she needs to know about this woman. Don't go on somebody's panel that's only talking about racial injustice when it suits them. Okay? Don't do that. Go on somebody's panel who talks about it and who is passionate about it, at least overall in life. I'm not saying that I've never seen Without a Crystal Ball talk about it, because I have seen her talk about it every now and then, but it's nothing that she's passionate about, that she's ever had a fucking panel for it to talk about it and to address it. You're trying to use this woman to get back at a family and at creators because you didn't get your way. How far are you going to take this? Just leave them alone. It's very, very simple. Hey, Jamal Cruz. I hope 7M Talk Chrisley sees all of this. KJP is going to get someone unalive if she keeps up with these lies of hers. I agree. You better stop it, whatever you're doing. Sorry, you guys, I'm talking to my son. Okay. Don't apologize. Vented it out here. The problem is she will not stop no matter how many people tell her to. It's only going to get worse. I know, and you guys have definitely prepared me for that, and you guys have been so supportive and so nice, so loving, and I think you guys are absolutely amazing. So thank you for being so supportive. I appreciate you guys. She's just ticked because she got called out for lying, and now she is backtracking to try to get an exclusive with Dre. I guarantee it. I agree, Kim. I agree. And when I seen the video today, it definitely showed me that's definitely what she's trying to do, in my opinion, because her tune has changed too much. Like she's like made this drastic change, and it's so obvious, and it's so the desperation is so apparent to me. Like it is very, very easy to see. Like it didn't go your way on one side, so now you're moving along to the other side, and it's pathetic. It's pathetic. The way she called Letitia the Bion mom made me so mad. Exactly. She's definitely crossing some lines. Like I said, I'm not going to take away from the things that Queen Tulsa was saying. And it's obvious that it's something that she's passionate about, but trying to use this woman, I don't like that shit. And that's exactly what you're trying to do. Like I said, if you cared about racial injustice, you wouldn't just be talking about it now and addressing it now because of a case. Okay? It would be more. It would mean more to you in life, just like it means to me. I have a lot of white friends who are allies for Black people, okay? And a lot of friends who pretended to be allies for Black people. Okay, so I'm going to bring something up real quick, and I will be talk amongst yourself, and I'll be back in a second. And just to let you guys know, it gets exhausting. You know what I'm saying? Like speaking up for these types of things, and it's not something I see it all the time. You know what I'm saying? I want to address something real quick. Somebody keeps sending me messages of somebody who I was cool with. Well, I didn't really know her. I was getting to know her, and I guess I don't know. She changed her name but I already knew she changed her name, and somebody keeps sending me shots saying that she changed her name, but I already knew she changed her name. I don't speak with her any longer. Um, she wasn't the person I thought she was, so you don't have to send me screenshots of her because I don't speak with her. But I knew she changed her name. So okay, let's continue. I just had to get that out. Okay.
I'm just coming on here very quickly. I actually have comments limited on this live simply because I'm not. I don't want to deal with all of the back and forth and the arguing and.
This is Without a Crystal Balls live from earlier today. She actually just did another one. I'm not going to say we're going to watch the whole thing, but I am going to commentate on some of this because I want you guys to see how much she has changed her tune. Some of you guys may have seen this, some of you guys may have, but I do want to commentate on this a little bit because it's crazy how drastic she is kind of trying to, I don't know. It's hard to explain, but you guys will see what I'm saying. I so appreciate that you keep speaking on it without a crystal ball and how she is abusing the situation. Thank you. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I appreciate that. I appreciate you saying that. But anyway, this is a live stream that she did earlier. And I'm going to warn you guys, it's low. It's not my computer because my computer is very, very loud. It's just low. I guess her Facebook, her audio is just low on Without a Crystal Ball's part. So, all right. So let's play this.
The negativity. I am just coming here to share what I've been posting about and why. I don't claim to have an agenda here. I'm not doing this because I have a vendetta. I'm not doing this because I hate any of the people involved. Frankly, this is a situation that I got involved in because people asked me to look into the situation, and I did. When I started looking into the situation, I wasn't looking at this for a fundraising situation. I didn't believe that I would have to be a fundraiser for the situation. What I was told was that this was a concerning situation happening online of a influencer that had a husband that was ill, that was on life support. There was a lot of videos that were being put out by this influencer. There was confusion and frustration, and people were concerned about the influencer not answering questions and not being truthful and being like not answering questions about why the person was actually on life support and what happened to the person and what happened to her husband. And that's why I entered the story. I didn't know that the whole thing was supposed to be about the birth mother seeing the son. I learned very quickly that that's what the story was supposed to be about. Like that was the narrative that we were supposed to go with. So when I joined the Justice for Vaughn pages, what I was looking at was Andrea and trying to figure out like, who is this person and what are they doing and why are people so upset about this? And then, I had a chance to talk to his birth mother, Letitia. I had
To start off with this commentation, immediately she talks about how she's not doing this for vengeance. Well, if you're not doing this to seek any type of revenge or anything or be vengeful, you wouldn't be doing this video in the first place, in my opinion. And another thing, why all of a sudden now are you calling her the birth mom? Before it was Letitia, okay? Or Vaughn's mother or Vaughn's family, but now all of a sudden you're calling her the birth mom, and you're doing that to disrespect her without a crystal ball. That's why you're doing it. You're doing it to disrespect this woman, this black woman, since you want to turn everything into race.
Chance to speak to his stepmother, Wynette, his father, Marvon Sr., his birth father, Marvon Sr. But I also had a chance to speak to supporters of Dre, longtime supporters that were not happy with what they were seeing online, confused about the situation, upset with what they were seeing, and they didn't know what to believe, and they weren't sure what happened. So my biggest issue was that it was hard for me to get any kind of balance, right? If I wanted to ask any questions about the situation, I wasn't allowed to. If I wanted clarifications about all the different players, right? So I understand that what happened is that it isn't a full story until I speak to Dre, right? But I mean, Dre's not going to speak to anyone at this point. I think it would be silly for Dre to speak to anyone on YouTube or anyone online at this point. She has her own stuff she has to take care of. There's now an active investigation for DCS. And so anything that she were to say publicly, they can use. So all I was trying to do, in fairness, was look at the whole situation. And I definitely reacted very, I would say, emotionally in the beginning, because what I was initially.
Aren't you a reporter? You're supposed to be a reporter. You claim to be a reporter. And a real reporter is going to get the whole story, the whole entire story, before they start reporting on it, or at least try to. And they definitely don't let their emotions get involved. But I'm going to say that you don't have any kind of emotions or empathy or any of those things. You just don't have that. Because if you did, you wouldn't be doing this video right now and referring to Letitia as the birth mom. That's ridiculous. You never referred to her as that. It is very apparent. It is very obvious that you are doing this for revenge.
The scene was very emotional to me. I was seeing Dre try to stop a father from seeing his son, and that made me feel, a birth father from stopping to see his son, and that made me feel sad for him, you know. I saw her really weird behavior in the hospital, talking about like putting saliva on his face. I saw her, you know, trying to sell kratom as like the cure-all for every single thing out there. I got concerned about her using her platform to sell herbs that are not FDA regulated. I was concerned as a consumer.
Exactly. She never said the birth father either. She used to call him Marvin Sr. She has literally 100% completely changed her whole demeanor when it comes to this case. Her whole demeanor. It is very obvious to everyone else except for her, because she has no self-awareness whatsoever.
That she has people watching, and she's telling them, you can go off your type 1 diabetic medicine if you take my herbs, and I'm going to cure your cancer, and I'm going to cure your, you know, HIV, and I'm going to cure your diabetes, and you're not going to have any of these issues again. Like, that's honestly the stuff that literally made me like my stomach drop, because I'm like, oh my God, she's literally using her platform to sell miracle cures to people. And then to then use this on her, you know, kids. And that concerned me as a mother. And I noticed a lot of stuff she was doing with her kids that really, really, really concerned me. You know, there was a lot of things that it was hard for me to dissect. And then the information that I was getting from people was very like, unless I believed everything that the mother said or the birth mother said or everything that the Vaughn's biological family said, unless I believed everything they said, I wasn't allowed to think about or even consider I wasn't even allowed to consider what the other side of the story was. So all I wanted to do was try to look at the whole situation. I wanted to understand, like, how did we get to this place? How did this all happen? I'll answer. Okay, so Shanisa Stewart, just want to let you know I will answer your question in a minute. As long as you guys stay respectful in the comments, I'm not going to block you. What I don't want is the virtual, like the you're a piece of shit, Katie, for talking about this. I can't believe that you would ask questions. I can't believe that you would do this. Like, I will 100% answer your questions, but I needed to and wanted to look at the whole story. I didn't want to just, you know, I initially jumped on to that, oh my gosh, hold on a second. Okay. I'm just gonna
She's turning off the comments, obviously, because she gets too distracted and she can't like read the comments because I'm sure a lot of those comments, yeah, she's probably blocking too, but I'm sure a lot of those comments are things that she doesn't want to see because she's not fooling anyone. Anyone who disagrees with her will be blocked. And if she's not blocking them during this live, she's going to do it after.
I'm going to move my comments away here so I don't get distracted. So I want to be able to look at the situation from all angles. I don't disagree that in a situation like this, that there were mistakes made on all sides. As I look at the whole situation 3 weeks after I was asked by my subscribers to look into the situation, there's nothing in any of the evidence I've seen, any of the videos, any of the behaviors, any of the things that have been told to me, any of the information I've been able to find that has led me to believe that there isn't an entire mess in this situation and that all parties have made mistakes and that none of the parties involved in this are truly innocent in the situation other than Vaughn and the children. And that remains my primary focus as I'm looking into the situation. So when I spoke to Letitia, she told me that she had custody of Vaughn from the time that he was the age 7 all the way up until he graduated from high school. But that completely contradicts what Vaughn has said publicly. Publicly, there is literally video of Vaughn saying that he did not live with his mother until he was almost 17 years old.
That's a lie. Letitia has never told her that. Letitia told her exactly what Vaughn has said publicly. Letitia has never guided anybody or let anybody in any false pretenses like she's always been in his life. She has admitted to her mistakes. She has admitted that she had Vaughn at a very young age. All of this, what she's saying now, is bullshit. Okay? That's bullshit. Letitia's never said that. Okay? And she can say that Letitia may have said that to her privately. Prove it. Because nobody believes what you say anyway. Everybody makes mistakes, but dragging the parents of somebody that you're pretending as though you're so concerned about, That's not the way to do it. You wouldn't be dragging his parents. You're doing the same exact thing that you complained in the beginning that Dre did. Oh, she's bashing Letitia as a mother. Letitia was only 4. Do I have to bring up those videos? You look ridiculous right now. You look pathetic. I'm sorry. I got to keep it real. You look ridiculous. You were up and down, swearing up and down. How could you bash her as a mother? Letitia was 14, then she was 16. You gave Letitia's whole life story. And now you're totally backtracking everything that you said. Because at the end of the day, let's put it this way. If you knew all of these things, once you found out all of these things, why did you continue to keep talking about this case? Why did you continue to keep reaching out to Letitia? It's ridiculous. Oh boy, sorry you guys, I'm gonna play this.
And that he lived with her only for a very brief, short period of time, and that when he did live with her, he expressed that it was not a good decision for him and that he regretted it. That doesn't mean that he didn't love her. That doesn't mean that he didn't care about her. Every child, I think, I know from my own experience, because there are people in my own family, that have lost custody of their children. And those same children have remained in the family, so they still have a connection to their birth parent, but they never stop wanting to love their birth parent. So I fully believe that Vaughn, no matter what Letitia did or whatever the problems they had, I have no doubt that he loved her at all. I have no doubt that he loves his siblings, and I also have no doubt that he loves his biological father. I think all children, if you have a parent that is estranged, or if you have been, and I'm not suggesting this is what happened, I'm just saying, like, if you've had a parent that's left you, or you've had an estranged relationship with, or if you were abandoned by a parent, like, or if your dad was gone and you didn't get to see him ever, you never stop longing for that relationship to be restored, repaired, and to have that relationship. So I have no doubt that he loved his mother. I also have no doubt that he loved his wife. And I have no doubt that he is a 29-year-old man. Whenever I say was, I just want to be clear here, is that I don't want to say that I'm speaking of him in the past tense. I'm speaking of the situation in the past tense. I realize he's still alive, so I don't want anyone to think that I'm already having him in the grave. That's not true. He's still alive. He's in a coma. He's in the hospital. So with that being said, I think the complexity of the relationship with his birth mother was a factor in his estrangement with her for many years. When I initially walked into the situation, it was told to me that the reason why the estrangement happened was because of Andrea. And sure, I'm not discounting that she has admitted that she's a controlling person. I'm not discounting that she's had conversations with friends where she told them that she was the one that helped him see the toxicity of the relationships. I'm not discounting the fact that, she definitely controlled a lot of parts of his life. No one is discounting that. But then I also equally cannot discount the fact that there's Vaughn's own words online of his own feelings and thoughts about his family. He spoke about it in supporter lives. He's spoken about it in the team meetings for paparazzi.
Sorry, you guys. Muted. What did I say? Oh, every single thing that she is talking about right now was in the past. When Vaughn spoke about his family, it was in the past. Okay? It wasn't in the present. When I think it was 2 weeks prior to him being in a coma, he was overjoyed that he spoke with his family. He was overjoyed. He was so happy. He's like, I'm going to reel him in. And we've all seen those videos. And Without a Crystal Ball has played those videos. She's talked about it. But now you want to talk about things that he said in the past. Since when are we living in the past? We don't live in the past. We live in the now. You're only bringing up the past things that he said for revenge, to hurt people, to hurt Vaughn's family. I cannot believe that you're doing the same exact thing that Drake did. And he was speaking in front of somebody who was abusing him, in my opinion, and that can make you not speak your truths. Absolutely. I think we can't discount that in the past, maybe that's how he really felt. But he didn't feel like this now. Okay? He was very, very happy to speak with his mother and his family. He was very happy. And she is conveniently leaving that out. And that's what pisses me off. And I just don't understand how you could do such this drastic change, and you think that other people, yeah, I'm unmuted now, you guys. Maybe you guys are like not, you didn't fast forward it or something. But some people come in at a time, and sometimes it'll be rewound or something like that in the live. But I think sometimes she thinks that people can't see what she's doing, but it's very, very clear. And I just don't understand why she can't. It's almost obsessive, like she's obsessed. Why can't you just leave this family alone? Why can't you just go ahead on about your day and talk about something else and move on with your life? Why do you continue to talk about this family? I don't understand. And I'm sure that they are doing everything that they can to ignore her. And I hope that they are. I really do. I think that's all that matters, is if Letitia and her family are ignoring her. It just almost seems like she is overly obsessed. Oh, my hair always looks different. I'm not the same person twice. Sometimes, but hardly ever. Hardly ever. This live pissed me off. She is right on the line of, what are you doing? Go back in the living room. Now I lost my place. This live pissed me off. She is right on the line of blaming Vaughn. It's just, she is.
And he was also, and he did reconnect with them this spring. And I remember, I was thinking about this. So he had a conversation with her in the beginning of May, of his mom and his siblings. And he was planning on going to Georgia. And then the last text message that he sent to her was like, if anything ever happens, I just want you to know that I love you. Now, some people could look at that question as like, if anything happens to me, as though something bad would happen to them. But if the police report is correct, and he had been having thoughts of suicide for several months and had previously attempted suicide in their closet, maybe in early May he was feeling suicidal, and maybe Vaughn knew then what he was planning on attempting to do. So I had to look at it from both sides.
Lord. You are sitting here saying that you had to look at it from both sides. But a good reporter, like you claim to be, this is all in her delusional mind of we're supposed to pretend like she's a reporter, right? So, okay, let's just say she's a reporter. A good reporter is always going to get all sides of the story, for one, and they're not going to drastically change their story. So now you don't have any kind of suspicions of Dre. Now you're making all of these bullshit assumptions and accusations and speculations, over the top speculations, fabrications. You're doing all of this just to flip your audience. That's all you're doing, because you don't want your audience to, and it's not even about sides, but what you're trying to make sure is to make Letitia and her family look like the villains. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to make them look like they were, they misled you and they misguided you. But if you were a real reporter, like you say you are without a crystal ball, you wouldn't have let yourself be misled, and you wouldn't have let yourself be misguided either. Because a real reporter, they think critically. They don't just take one side of the story. They don't take another side of the story. They take all sides of the story, regardless. And also, they use their critical thinking. And they say, well, wait a minute. They wouldn't do this almost a month into the case. They wouldn't be changing their mind almost a month into the case. That's not how it works. So now all you're trying to do is sway your audience so they can follow you to whatever direction it is that you're heading to. And the direction that you're heading to is away from Letitia and her family, because they don't want anything to do with you. They're done with you. And instead of accepting it, and you could still continue to talk about the case, even though I personally think you should stick to the Duggars, but that's just my opinion. But instead of just saying, okay, the family doesn't want to talk to me, okay, I'm still going to talk about this case, you are literally throwing them under the bus, and you want to make sure that your audience is on the same page as you. And you're going to do whatever it takes to make sure that they are. Flip-flopping. That's what you're doing. Now you're trying to convince your audience, no, maybe this, maybe that. That's what you're doing.
I had to look at it from, was there foul play? Was it attempted suicide? And I had to look at it, does this message mean something bad's going to happen to me so I know that I love you? Or does it mean I might attempt to die by suicide and I want you to know that I love you?
You should have thought of that before you decided to cover this case. Or when you started figuring out information, that's when you should have been asking yourself those questions.
Right? Because he cannot speak, I can't make the decision on which one it is. And I can only go off of the police report, which at this point, 3 different officers have all presented their narratives of what they saw that day. And you also had Yuma first responders providing their information to police. And so far, based on what I've seen, and I know that the case is likely still open, but I don't know what they're going to find at this point, because everything that they saw that day did point to an attempted suicide. And everyone online.
But that's not what you said before. Before you said that you want to make sure that this case is being investigated because everything about this whole entire case is suspect. But now it's not.
Has been trying to dissect Dre's behavior to try to make it seem like everything that she was doing leading up to this is what drove him to this. So there's some people that think that she did it to him. And I admit, I wrongly believed that in the very beginning on heightened emotion and on highly charged information and beliefs by family. I did buy into that narrative for like a very short period of time. Once I had more time to truly like
highly charged information, but yet a source comes to you with audio of them arguing, okay, of Vaughn and Dre arguing in the past. And let me figure out who is the only person that has that audio on their channel, who didn't want the audio to be on anyone else's channel. Without a crystal ball. As of now, she is the only person that has an audio on her channel of Dre and Vaughn in an argument. And right with that audio, you were sitting there telling your audience what a horrible person Dre is. This isn't about, this is the thing. And this is what you've also done since the beginning of this case, is sensationalize it, right? But here's the thing. You are the one who did the research. You're the one who got the exclusive story and had played these audios, these things, these videos that Dre put out there. All of these things, this is us looking at her behavior head on, face on, triggering a lot of fucking people because of it, including myself. When information is put in front of you, you're going to examine it. That's what you're supposed to do. Information was put in front of you, and you are the one who came to your own conclusion. The only thing that changed your mind about what you initially thought from the beginning of this case, by you watching videos, hearing audios, you came to the conclusion that something was suspect. But because the family doesn't want anything to do with you, now it's not suspect, and it is what it is. And you believe that everything happened the way that it happened, and there is no further investigation. Listen to how ridiculous you sound.
Disconnect my feelings from the situation and look at this objectively. To me, it looked more like a man that had serious mental health issues that needed help. And, you know, he felt like there was no other option but out. And that's sad. And then that made me realize and learn from so many veterans. Thank you very much for sending me DMs, that every single day, 22 former veterans, I was going to say former military personnel, but veterans die by suicide. There is such a high epidemic with suicide for veterans that there's been pushes and calls for updating the number, because currently the number is 17 according to the CDC, and there's an entire movement to get it to 22. So they see that there's 5 more people every day dying by suicide that are veterans. There's been pushes by all of these veteran, nonprofits to get better services. And because of the epidemic, the CDC has been doing research along with the federal government to work to try to find better services, support, and ways to help veterans recover from their trauma, get the help that they need, help them with getting into the real world, getting them employment. The transition from being active duty to becoming a veteran is not an easy one. And it's a lot of veterans have PTSD. And if they don't get help, a lot of them are dying by suicide. And so
let me get this straight. You are telling me that former veterans had to message you and tell you this before you figured that out on your own? while you are supposed to be a reporter, and a reporter is supposed to investigate. So you're telling me that you didn't know this from the very beginning? I knew this from the very beginning. Most veterans that have PTSD, but you're leaving out some statistics here when it comes to unaliving yourself that way that Vaughn did. And statistically, with Black men, that is literally 1%. Okay. Even his family has very blatantly said, this is just not something that my son would do. The thing is that if you are supposed to be a good reporter like you claim to be, then you would have known this from the very beginning. A real reporter knows these types of things from the beginning. They don't wait until a month into the case to say these things. That's something that you automatically should have researched on your own, obviously, without people having to message you and tell you this. You should have researched that on your own. I'm not a reporter and I researched that, but you're not fully throwing out the right statistics, in my opinion. Exactly. Even his therapist didn't think he had PTSD, and most veterans that do that have PTSD.
It's a sad reality. And so while we might want to blame Dre and say she did this or she did that, is it really fair for us to like accuse someone of driving someone else to suicide without proof? There's a lot of proof that she was doing a lot of crappy things online. That's for sure. I don't disagree that playing doctor and pretending.
So tell me, without a crystal ball, was it fair that a week within this case, when you started looking at things, is it fair that you called her the M word? Is it fair that you said that she took him out? Is that fair? Because you did say that. There's proof all over the place that you said that. So that's not even allegedly. You did say that you felt that she took him out. You accused that woman of the M word. Nobody else has, but you have. You have accused this woman of everything under the sun, more than anybody who's been talking about this case. So you're contradicting yourself. And for you to sit here and say this, you're totally, the flip-flopping is very obvious. But I'm just saying, you are the one who accused this woman of doing this to her husband. That's not fair, but you did it anyway, right?
Like you can help your husband and heal him is dangerous. I think it's evidenced by the fact that she was giving him medication, which when he was having a seizure that caused an overdose, and they had to call the police. I mean, that's documented. It's also evident based on the number of calls to the home, 25 in fact, that this couple was dealing with a tumultuous, volatile relationship. There was accusations of domestic violence by both, against both her and, well, no, actually, she said publicly he'd never hit her, ever. And when he talked to police, he said that she was trying to attack him, and he told friends that he attacked her. So domestic violence, substance abuse.
When did he tell friends that he attacked her? Is that some kind of information that you withheld? He's never said that.
A lot of things that have come into play. And not to mention kratom and some of the medications that they're on, like benzodiazepines. Benzos in particular, when you're withdrawing from them, if you don't do it correctly, you can actually have seizures. That's a known side effect. And withdrawing from opioids, not to say that kratom is an opioid, but it works on opioid receptors, can also cause seizures. Not to mention if they're using pain medication, withdrawing from opioids can also cause seizure, and it can be deadly. So it can cause depression too. So I can't also ignore the fact that there's live videos of him talking about his own health, saying publicly that he didn't like going to the doctor, saying publicly that he didn't want to mess with doctors, he didn't want to deal with doctors. He didn't like being on medication. He didn't feel like the medication was working. And
if you think I'm going to let you get away with these lies, you are sadly fucking mistaken. Without a crystal ball. When did he ever say anything? He may have said something about doctors, but I don't ever remember him saying anything about he doesn't like being on medication. When did he ever say anything like that? If you guys know that he said this, let me know. Because I have never, ever, with all the videos I've seen, that must be the one video I have ever seen that I never seen of Vaughn stating that he doesn't like being on medications. He may have said he doesn't like the way a medication makes him feel. I don't remember him saying that. I remember him saying specifically that there was a medication, an anti-seizure medication that he took, that he didn't like the side effects of it. But I've never heard him say, I don't like taking medication specifically. I've never heard him say that. And if he has, please somebody send it to me. I stand corrected. But I remember him saying that he doesn't like the side effects of an anti-seizure medication that he was on. Okay? She may be talking about the one where they're in the kitchen. Maybe she's talking about that. The dehydration from withdrawals of opiates is the most dangerous. Yes, benzos and alcohol can cause seizures if you don't detox from them properly, but no opiates. I never heard him say it. Oh, hi. Hi, Letitia. How are you? Welcome. I've never heard Kepra. I've heard him say that there's some medication that he has taken that he didn't like the side effects of it, but I've never heard him blatantly say he doesn't like taking medications. I've never heard him say that. So somebody send me that video. Either way, she's lying. I meant to say Miss Letitia, but you look young, so that's why I always say Letitia. KJ said Dre is a drug smuggler, and she called Border Patrol on her Homeland Security, but then said she called. Yeah, she's a horrible person. She is. Welcome. Keeping Up with Queen Tulsa Goddess. I like your name. Okay, let's continue.
And whether he came to that conclusion or not, or if you feel like he was brainwashed by Dre, I guess that's going to have to come down to like what your perception is. So I can't be like, she's manipulating him. I don't know. Like, yes, she's a very controlling person, admittedly. I don't disagree with you. But throughout this process, even objectively being able to look at both sides was not allowed. So if they're saying to me, well, she doesn't want me to see Vaughn.
Okay. So are you like a teenager where people can tell you what to do? How are you going to sit here and say that looking objectively to both sides were not allowed? You claim to be a reporter, right? You're a reporter. So therefore, you are supposed to look at both sides of the story regardless of who tells you what. That's your job, to look at both sides of the story. What do you mean it wasn't allowed? Did somebody tell you that you weren't allowed to do it? And it doesn't matter if anybody told you. You still are supposed to look at both sides. You're not a little kid who can be told what to do. You make no sense. You're trying to play the victim.
Why? That's my biggest question, would be why. What are her reasons for not wanting you to see Vaughn? Okay. Are they valid? Are they valid? Is there a fear? Is there an imminent threat? Is there a reason? Is there a history, right? Y'all, we're walking into a situation we don't know anything about. This is a family that's had decades to develop the relationships that they have. So why did I look into his family? Well, if we're going to criminalize Dre and look
Sorry, you guys. Thank you, Robin, for the super chat. I'm sorry you didn't hear me, but thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate you. That means a lot to me. Hold on. Oh, I'm not going to tolerate this. This is ridiculous. I just can't believe she's doing this. Oh, that's
look at everything that she's doing. We also need to look at, why would Dre have fears of his family, or why would Dre adamantly not want his family there? Does she have valid reasons that would make it so she would be concerned? She publicly talked about the rap sheet of his father. Now, she is not on bad terms with his dad now, and she apologized to him, but his dad is currently on he's like in an active treatment program. He was literally just sentenced in February after he was arrested for aggravated stalking in September or October of 2021. And, he's aggravated battery, aggravated assault. So if you're Dre and you're worried about this like hostile situation, and you have a family.
Dre has never, ever expressed any concern about anybody's past. Nobody's past. I just played a video yesterday that I critiqued where she has never, ever expressed any concern about Marvin Sr.'s past. She has never felt like she was in any type of danger. The only reason why she called security is because she wants control. She didn't want, it's all about control. That's all this is about. And she knows that. That's what she's been saying. That is what Without a Crystal Ball has been saying throughout this entire case up until now. She is not. The only thing that Dre has said that she is fearful of is social media. That's the only thing she's said. She has never said she was fearful of Vaughn's family. You're making this up. And like I said, you're trying to take advantage of a situation. I'm getting sick and tired of people trying to use Black people for their own personal gain, or when it's convenient for them, or when it suits their need. And I'm not going to stand for it. I'm not. You're not going to. That's up to Queen Tulsa if she wants to go on her panel. Okay? That's up to her. But what I will say is, this woman Without a Crystal Ball has literally just, if she's trying to make this about race, she just drug a Black family through the mud for no reason. If she cared about Black people, she would not be talking about a Black woman who has every right to have a weapon if she is concerned for her safety that she has a license for. And she's literally acting as though this woman is a danger. This woman does not care about racial injustice. And I'm tired of people using Black people for that shit. I'm tired of it.
That doesn't like you and you're concerned, maybe she was fearful. Is it valid for her to feel fearful if somebody has domestic violence charges and assault charges on them and they've cut other people with a box knife?
But you care about racial injustice so much that you are bringing up this man's past, who happens to be a Black man. But you care about it so much. You're trying to make this family look like criminals. You are trying your damnedest to slander this family. And I hope like hell, never mind.
And had to get hospitalized for lacerations. Is it valid for her to feel fearful of that? That's why his dad's information is brought up. Everyone's past is in their past, but it also means that complicated relationships make people scared of people. And if she felt like she had if she felt fearful of him because of his past, and that's why she didn't want to talk to him privately, she has a right to feel that way. So she could have been afraid because of that. And she talked about that on her lives, that was a concern for her. Then on top of that, I had Letitia tell me
that is a lie. Okay, now you're lying. And the thing is that you're being so vindictive because the thing is that if she said that, why aren't you bringing that up to prove that she said that? She never said that.
That they were like not afraid to take charges if they needed to go see him. Like that's what she said that Marvon Sr. said was like, well, he wasn't afraid to take a charge if he was going to go see her and confront Dre. So that could make her feel scared too.
Do I have to pull the video up? She wasn't scared of that. As a matter of fact, she was praising him for that. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm sorry, but I don't know if Miss Letitia's still in here, and I do cuss when I get mad, and I apologize for that. But she never said that. We just went over this yesterday. She literally said, I almost like she found that admirable that he would have caught a charge just to go see his son, that he didn't care if he caught a case for that. You're making everything up. You are such a liar. You are such a liar. You will jump through hurdles to make people look bad just so you can turn your audience and make them dislike Vaughn's family for no reason at all. You don't have to do this. You don't.
It doesn't mean that it's, you know, whether you hate her or like her, like in a hostile situation like this where people are mad and people's emotions are highly charged and people are unpredictable, you don't know what people are going to do. And whether you're Dre or them, none of them deserve to be hurt, right? No one deserves to be hurt. Nobody deserves to be beat up. No one deserves to be.
No one deserves to be hurt, but yet you are doing everything that you can to hurt this family. After everything that they're going through right now, this is the last thing that they need. You're trying to hurt this family, but no one deserves to be hurt though, right? No, it's no one deserves to be hurt. Basically, you mean everyone deserves to be hurt except for you when things don't go your way. Because let's just be real here. If Letitia and Marvin Sr. and his wife would have chose to continue to speak with KJ, this wouldn't be happening right now. She wouldn't be doing this right now. And it's sad. It's really sad.
Be hit. No one deserves to be attacked. Is Dre highly paranoid and calls the cops a lot? I don't know. She likes to dial 911, that's for sure. Is she being a hypochondriac and overreacting? Maybe. I don't know. But if you don't want to look at her side of it and you only want to accept one side, how do you objectively evaluate the situation? You can't. So sharing his information helps you.
Again, we didn't put these videos out here that Dre has put out there for the world to see. The internet is forever. Everything that Dre has put out there to the public, okay? We see it. This is her side, okay? As a matter of fact, she tried to tell her side. Instead, she just was bashing a mother, but she tried to tell her side. This isn't, what do you mean you can't objectively evaluate something? What does that mean? You can objectively evaluate everything because we see it right in front of our eyes. We see what she has done. We see how she's mixing medications. This isn't something that we've imagined. It's right there in front of you. You can use your own opinion. It's up to you to choose what you believe and what you don't believe. And what I believe is what I believe because I seen the videos for my damn self. Hey, Parker, how are you? It's good to see you. I seen it. We all have.
Perhaps seeing things from Dre's side. That doesn't mean I'm on Dre's side. It means Dre has a side, right? Dre has a side, they have a side. Complicated relationships. There's always two sides to every story, and then in the middle, there's truth. And I think this situation was made more emotional given what was going on. You have a man on life support, and people are very emotional about that. Then, how do you ignore Von's own statements about his mother, about the financial issues they've had with her, or her fraud background, and her own issues with money? And then seeing all the fundraising come in, we don't know where the lawyers are. We need 3, endless amounts of fundraising happening, no transparency about where the money is going. The goalposts are changing daily about what the fundraising is for. We don't know why there's so much money that's needed, because the original thing to us was that, oh, well, she just needed to see her son. And she saw her son, so that goal was met. But now that goal is changing. And now I need more lawyers, and now I need this, and now I need that, and now I need to go see him every weekend, and now I need to do this and do that. And so people were asking questions and no one was getting responses.
First of all, she is going to need a lot of help. I will say that. Transparency is important. That's up to the people who choose to donate, and that's what it is. And it's none of your damn business, KJ, because at the end of the day, you ask for your money back. You ask for your money back. And if you're going to sit here and talk about this and talk about that and try to throw them under the bus or whatever, it's nothing for you to know. Because she's a... Don't even get me started about that, Parker. But all I could tell you is you asked for your money back. So therefore, it's none of your damn business, in my opinion. Oh, I know she is. She is Letitia. Miss Letitia. Nothing she says, we know all of these things that she's saying is absolutely ridiculous. And we know that. We know that. And that's what I'm trying to show everyone. And people who don't know, who are just, maybe getting familiar with this case will know, because she is a liar, in my opinion.
And then someone said, well, no one has to answer questions when you're fundraising. But that's not true. Every donor has an option, and you don't have to donate to anyone, by the way. And if you want to donate, you can.
No shit, Sherlock. I've already said that before. Now I'm saying it again. Okay? We already know. Everyone knows if they don't want to donate, they won't. If you do want to donate, you will. It has nothing to do with you. Like I said, because you ask for your money back, because obviously you're ignorant.
But if you are a donor, you have a right to ask questions. You have a right to ask, like, what are you going to use the money for? If I give you money, can you show me receipts? And if you're asking for thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars from people, and it's a never ending amount of money that you're asking for, and people are like not seeing any results outside of you going to see the sun, it becomes very suspect to people, because it's like, well, why do you need 3 attorneys? Why are you asking for more money? Why is it our responsibility to do all of this for you? And then you see messages of, his siblings saying that only his mom should be getting the money, no one else. Okay. So did this start because everyone was...
Again, you asked for your money back. So therefore, it doesn't have anything to do with you. It's none of your concern. You're only bringing this up to, again, cause chaos, to make people question everything. That's the only reason why you're doing this. You're not doing this because at the end of the day, the fact that you even asked for your money back, you weren't in this for the right reasons, and we all know it. We all know it.
Was outraged that Dre was exploiting this financial situation of Vaughn, and they didn't like that he was profiting off of it. But now, isn't Letitia also profiting off the situation by continually fundraising and having the public pay for all of these things? Not to mention, some of the things that she's telling us are maybe not truthful and are a little bit exaggerated.
In the beginning of when you took this case without a crystal ball, nothing was exaggerated, okay? Oh, we know, Letitia, trust me, we know. This is just the way she is. She's a horrible person. She's vile. She's disgusting. She's not a good person by any means, Miss Letitia. And that's why I'm doing this. Okay, regardless of anything, the reason why you decided to cover this case is because of your concern, but the concern had nothing to do. I think that was part of the concern, that Dre was profiting off of Vaughn by showing him in such a vulnerable position. However, the concern and why people started talking about and paying attention to this case is because a mother was not allowed to see her child. That's why people started talking about this. It didn't have anything to do with money. So you can shut up about that. That's a lie. It didn't have anything to do with money. It was a concern, but why people started talking about this case is because what type of a woman would keep her husband away from his mother when he's fighting for his life in a hospital? That's why we started talking about this. You're the one who's running around trying to change the narrative to fit you, to suit you and your audience, to make sure that your audience looks at Letitia and her family as if they are the villains. That's what you're trying to do. We all see it.
Or, not factual. And then you have to look at the law. Does she even have a case in order to sue? And that she could. Anyone can sue anything for anything. Like, anyone can sue anyone for anything, right? They can.
Well, you would know all about suing without a crystal ball because you have 2 active lawsuits and counting. Okay? You're going to be in court in 2023 for slander. You are going to be going to court soon. So you would know all about that, wouldn't you? Because all you do is lie, and your mouth gets you in trouble. Your lies get you in trouble. And you've learned absolutely nothing, but you will. You will one day.
Does that mean it will be successful? No. Most civil litigation never goes to trial. Most civil litigation is either dismissed for a variety of reasons or it's settled out of court. And in this case, I don't know what her legal grounds would be.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that, KJ. Keep telling yourself that it is usually settled out of court. We'll see what happens with you.
Because unfortunately, Vaughn's was adopted by his grandmother, great-grandmother, and his great-grandmother raised him. And he's legally adopted. His name is the same last name as his great-grandmother's and his grandfather. He's not, Letitia's not a next of kin at this point. His next of kin are his wife, who is still his wife. And at this point, POA has not been taken away from her. She has not been removed from the hospital. You've got a lot of doctors in these systems. And I just want to be extremely clear, just based on my own experience of having a child that has medical issues, is that if doctors see a caregiver.
What the hell are you talking about? Vaughn is 29 years old. He's not a child. It doesn't matter what it says on his birth certificate. Letitia is his mother. What the hell are you talking about? I have never, you're literally making yourself look stupid. He is a 29-year-old man. He's not a kid. What do you do? All you do is talk out of your ass. All you're doing is running your mouth, saying all of these things, and you have no idea what you're talking about.
Doing something to their loved one. Any doctor or any social worker can kick someone out of a hospital like that. They can have grounds to remove you if they feel like you're not complying or you're harming your loved one's treatments, or interfering, or being unruly, or violating the rules of the clinic. There's no filings to have her removed. There's been no emergency hearings to have her removed. She's never been kicked out of the hospital. There's been adult protective services.
See, all you're doing now is just lying. You're just straight fucking lying. I'm sorry. You are literally just lying because through your teeth. Do you talk to Dre? Are you in communications with Dre? How do you know she wasn't removed out of the hospital? How do you know? What, you think the hospital is going to report that in the newspaper where you read it somewhere? You don't know anything. And even these things you're saying, you are showing no kind of proof to back it up. Nothing.
has not gotten involved because he's not unsafe. He's in a hospital under the care of doctors, and she can make medical decisions for him, but doctors can override the suggestions of parents or the suggestions of POAs. So if they have to make a call on a situation, they have the capacity to make calls for healthcare decisions for patients. Just like with the food, like she explained that the doctor said, well, I'm not going to let him go hungry. So I'm allowing you to have the option to consult, but either way, he's going to get food. That's kind of how it works with doctors. They want to make you feel included. She certainly has the right to move him, and she has the right to object. And they have lots of escalation processes within the hospital that you can go through to say that you didn't agree with this or you don't agree with that. And they have ethics committees, and they have social workers that can be the mediators, and they have legal representatives that can help you understand your rights. At the end of the day, she's the power of attorney, but he's under the care of doctors. So we have to assume that he's safe because there's been nothing to show that otherwise. And that's my opinion, okay? I have to assume he's safe.
But in the beginning, your opinion was he's not safe. She keeps moving him from hospital to hospital. She's rubbing her saliva all over him. She's trying to, you were talking about how he lost weight in the hospital. You showed nothing but concern for Vaughn's safety in the beginning. But now it's, I just have to assume that he's safe. Well, nobody gives a shit about what you assume or what you say. Nobody cares. You're acting as though now you're a doctor.
I shouldn't talk for you guys. I'm not going to say we have to. I'm going to say I have to assume he's safe. With that being said, if Letitia doesn't have legal grounds as a next of kin, she's never met Raza. There appears to have been no foul play.
She's never met Raza, and that's not her fault. And you know that because you said that in the beginning. Quit, just stop. Girl, miss me with that.
It appears that Vaughn attempted suicide. And I just kept thinking in the back of my head, what would Vaughn actually be thinking if he were awake? Would he be good with this? Because I feel like a lot of people are making assumptions for what Vaughn wants. I feel like the people that are on this,
I think everybody's making assumptions, including you. So you don't get to talk about other people making assumptions, because I can almost guarantee, and I don't even know what the hell you're going to say next, but I can almost guarantee that you're going to make an assumption right now.
Side of the birth mother are assuming that this is exactly how he feels. And what if that's not the case? What if he feels the exact opposite? What if you're fighting a righteous fight and that's not what he would have thought? And the reason I began to think that is because some of Dre's former followers, and even some of her followers now that don't agree with her, and I want to just say this to the people that are following Dre and that have been supporters of her or have followed her, not all of them are brainwashed. Not all of them are in a cult. Not all of them are clueless to, like, they're not agreeing with her. A lot of them have noted to me that they saw a decline in her in the last couple of years, and they noticed a sharp change in her the more she got involved with kratom and all of these herbs. And a lot of them also were able to express to me what Vaughn said about his wife and how he felt about them, and how they were open about their marital problems, and how they did struggle, and they didn't hide the fact that they had struggles. And they did talk about on their supporter lives about how they, at one point planned to get a divorce. None of that was like hidden, and she wasn't faking that. That's what the supporters have told me. And the supporters that don't agree with what she's doing with the kids, with the herbs, with the businesses, with the kratom, they still are attached to her personality they met a few years ago when she wasn't into all that crap, where she was more real and she wasn't pushing this kind of shit on people, and she was funny and down to earth and made people laugh. And all of them have said the Slay with Dre joke is the knife. And so everyone is making the knife thing such a big deal when it's literally the long-standing joke of her channel. Is it morbid? Is it dark? Maybe. People have said she has a dark sense of humor. So does that automatically make someone an evil, vindictive murderer? I don't know. Like, that's not fair to say. I don't know what, at the end of the day, she was controlling. Yes, I believe that. She admits that. But other than that, like, the only thing I've noted in all of this is that they both were dealing with substance abuse, and the kids were living in a volatile situation. And Bond didn't get the care that he needed as he transitioned out of the military. And an attempted suicide has been turned into...
The thing is with you, without a crystal ball, is, this flipping is obvious. I don't understand. I really don't understand how her audience can't see that. Like, you literally have drastically changed her story, because in the beginning, if your audience, the people, that support you, would go look back, that's all you talked about is how much she carried a knife. That's literally all you talked about, and how dangerous that was and how weird that was and all of those types of things. Like, your tune has 100%. And it's funny to me how you're sitting here saying that not everyone that supports Dre is a part of a cult, but literally in the beginning, you were talking about what a huge cult like audience Dre has and the huge impact that she has made on her audience, and also about her being dangerous and her dangerously talking about Kay, and how you have spoken with some of her supporters who have taken some of her unprofessional medical advice and has gotten sick. All of these things, a majority of these things, are something that you talked about on Facebook. It's not ironic. It's not just some coincidence that all of a sudden why aren't you talking about this shit on your channel? Why are you talking about this on Facebook? You're talking about it on Facebook because you are trying to appease and reel Dre's audience in. That's all you're doing. Because with you have to be in close contact with somebody in order to navigate a case. And that's ridiculous. You don't have to be in close contact with anybody to navigate a case. You just talk about it. It's just ridiculous.
To this justice that nobody knows if this is actually what he wants. One of her supporters that doesn't even like what she's doing said to me, I don't even like what she's doing right now, but I know Vaughn enough to know that he would be so mad by everything that's happening online, that he would assume that everyone should be on his mom's side, when in truth, even if he and Dre fought, and even if they were having arguments, they still loved each other. And that was his wife, and he would have defended her. And if he were to wake up, he would be sad to see everyone attacking her. Some people believe that that's not true, and that he...
So you're doing the exact same thing that you were complaining about everyone else doing. You're making assumptions. There's always possibilities that things can happen, always. But you're literally making assumptions. You don't know Vaughn. None of us do. The only one who does is his family and his mother.
He wanted to leave her, and that's it. But maybe Vaughn felt desperate and just wanted to leave everything. Maybe he felt so empty and lost in his own mental health and in the mental illnesses that he was dealing with, in his addiction. I mean, detoxing can lead to suicidal thoughts if you have withdrawal. If people that deal with substance abuse, suicide attempts are not uncommon. As you get further into addiction, you start to feel helpless and lose hope. So I just have been trying to offer both sides. I'm not trying to be Team Dre, and I'm certainly not trying to be like Letitia does.
You should have offered both sides in the very beginning. A real reporter, which, I'm just catering to your delusion of being a reporter without a crystal ball, but a real reporter, even if you want to pretend like you're a reporter, let me give you a tip. They get both sides of the story in the beginning, not a month into the case. They don't wait a month into the case and then completely flip and change their whole entire opinion. They don't do that. That's not what a real reporter would do. A real reporter is going to make sure that they investigate, that they try to get every single side of the story, and they are going to objectively evaluate every side of the story. They're not going to wait until the story is almost a month in to sit there and change their whole entire opinion of what they once spoke of publicly. You were 100% for Letitia, for helping Letitia and her family. And the moment that they said, look, we just don't want, maybe they don't like your vibe, maybe they don't like how you move, maybe they just don't want to talk to you, whatever the situation is, it's very obvious that's why you chose to change your opinion. You're not changing your opinion magically or because you decided to look at all aspects of the story now. You're changing your opinion because you didn't get your way, and that's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Doesn't have valid feelings. She does. She should be able to see her son. She should be able to, the family should, with open communication, have a right to know what's going on with him. But that's all not possible unless there's like a healing process between the relationships where they can talk, and without this online. I tried to recommend to Letitia and to his father that maybe instead of being online about it, try to handle this privately so that you can try to repair what's wrong for the sake of Vaughn. Does the ongoing fundraising help bridge?
I can almost guarantee that you're lying about that. Okay. I don't believe that you would ever try to convince anybody to take this privately, because that doesn't benefit you. Sorry. I can't even see that coming out of your mouth. I can't even see you saying, hey, why don't you guys just take this privately? I can't even see you saying something like that. How does that benefit you if you're telling them to just take care of this whole situation privately and try to work things out privately? That's a lie.
The relationship and restore it so that they can work together, or does it further damage it? Dre has not said a word since July 8th. And yet people are still talking about it and still fundraising for it. And everyone thinks she's evil. And
you're still talking about it too. just like everyone else. It doesn't matter if Dre hasn't spoke. She spoke in the beginning of when it all started. What's the point? What's your point? Everyone is talking about it. You're right, including yourself. You're talking about it right now. You're doing video after video, trying to plead with your audience to see things from your perspective now, because you're changing your narrative. You're talking about it just like everyone else is.
You know, trust me, for me to change my position, knowing how highly charged the situation is, and to go to a neutral place had nothing to do with his family not talking to me, had nothing to do with the way that Molly was handling the situation. It had to do with all the information that I was given by a lot of different places, and by the way people were acting when I asked questions, and by the way that I was treated when I was tried to get information, and how I was told to only follow a certain narrative. I mean, when you're trying to tell a story and you have people trying to silence the other side, tell me that that's not kind of a witch hunt. Even if you don't like it, even if you hate her, is it fair to discount her entire perspective and her side of the story? As a reporter, I'm not supposed to make up my decisions for you, right? When it came to the fundraiser, I did request a refund, and that was because I was misled by what happened. I was told a lot of highly charged things, which is what made me donate. I was told that there was foul play. I was told that the relationship was severed because of Dre. I was told.
So, without a crystal ball, do you always listen to what you're told? Just asking for a friend. Do you always listen to what you're told? Do you have your own opinion? You're a reporter, right? You claim to be a reporter. In your own brain, you're a reporter. So therefore, you chose to donate because of what you were told. Do you have any idea how ridiculous that sounds? So basically, you were told something and you chose to donate because of what you were told, because you're allegedly misled. But you're a reporter. A reporter just doesn't listen to what they're told. Right? They don't. They don't listen to what they're told. They are going to investigate and come to their own conclusion. And then that's when they will choose to donate, and or they're going to choose not to. You chose to donate because you believed in a story, because you believed in this mother who was being kept away from her son at a vulnerable time, a critical time in his life. You believed in a story. And because the story didn't go your way, you chose to ask for a refund of money that you chose to donate to help this woman who needed help, which shows that you weren't talking about the story for the right reasons. You thought that you bought someone. That's what you thought. Because the moment something didn't go your way, you ask for a refund. I can't think of anything more disgusting than that. I just can't. I can't think of anything more disgusting than asking for a refund on a story that you once believed in, simply because people didn't want to align, the family didn't want to align themselves with you anymore. You should be ashamed of yourself. And I'm very, very happy that they saw who you truly are without a crystal ball. I'm happy that they seen that, because you just proved you did that all on your own. Nobody convinced them of anything. You don't sell people short. you are dealing with a highly intelligent woman that shows, I don't like this girl. I don't like the way she moves.
Told that she was not allowing him to speak to people. I was told that it's her fault. It was all her fault. And, you know, he wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her, and that it was attempted murder. But that wasn't true.
Can you be any more disgusting? You are the one who was probably the first one who accused this woman of the M word. You accused this woman of the N word. No, of the M word. I'm sorry. Nobody else did. You are the one who accused this woman of that. So now you're trying to say that other people were accusing her of it? No, you did. You were the first one. You were the first one to do it. I don't understand people who literally try to rewrite history. I cannot stand that. I told you guys, one of my biggest pet peeves, excuse me, one of my biggest pet peeves, you guys, is a person who, a creator who, let's just say, oh, thank you, Tina, for the super chat. Beautiful. I appreciate you. That means so much. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. The creators who try to rewrite history, like, okay, throughout me being a creator, I have removed one video. And as a matter of fact, just recently I removed 2 videos, which I never do, but I don't want anything to do with that woman, the woman that was on my channel, because she's a horrible person. Will I probably make it public again? Maybe one day, but I just don't want anything to do with that one, that creator. Excuse me, that I was once cool with, because I figured out that she is a blatant racist and she's a horrible person. So I took her off my channel. But prior to that, I have removed or privated, I'm sorry, one video. And it's because I was asked to by somebody. And I felt that it was reasonable for her to ask me to remove that video. So I removed it. But I cannot stand, like, I removed it because she asked me to. I cannot stand creators who literally will do a video and then private it. They'll just literally private it. Oh, thank you, Jill. Thank you so much, beautiful. I appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, you guys are so sweet. Thank you so much, beautiful. But people who do that, to me, they're hiding something. You know, I can see if you do it for a specific reason, but to me, when you are constantly privating videos, then that means that you're doing something that you know you shouldn't have done, and you don't want your own words to be used against you later on. That's why you're taking down that video or privating that video, right? And to me, I don't like that. And that's what she's trying to do. This is what Without a Crystal Ball is trying to do. She's trying to rewrite history. She's trying to act as though she never said all of these things that she literally just said a week ago. All you got to do is look at her Facebook. It's her Facebook literally is filled with only things about Von and his situation and Dre. And now you're trying to rewrite history and pretend as though none of that ever happened and that you were somehow misled and swayed into the wrong direction. You are a grown-ass woman. Take responsibility for your own actions. You are the one who chose to talk about this story because you were passionate about it. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, just because of, I've never seen someone that is such a little brat where when they don't get their own way, like, these are real people that you are messing with. These are real people that you are torturing and dragging. You don't do that shit. Oh, thank you, dog lover, in honor of Letitia. Oh, thank you. I'm sure Letitia is still in here. That is so sweet. Thank you. KJ shouldn't be allowed to talk on a public platform the way she lies so much and switches up her story. I agree. And I'm telling you right now, this is something that I feel like the only reason why she's doing this obviously is she's trying to sway her audience into looking at things the way that she looks at it, desperately trying to convince her audience. But it's like, you were passionate about this case in the beginning, and now you're trying to act like you were manipulated and misled and like you don't have a mind of your own. It's ridiculous. When is she going to understand that these are real people with real emotions and feelings? You can't mess with people like this. You can't mess with people's life like this. Like, there's only a little bit more of this, you guys. And then, yeah, there's only a little bit more. And towards the end, I think all she's doing is talking to the audience or something, because I didn't watch all of this.
It's not black and white like that. And I didn't ever speak to Letitia about the refund. In fact, the last time I spoke to Letitia, she yelled at me, which I thought was weird. Why are you yelling at someone trying to help?
Thank you, Jilly04. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you for the super chat, beautiful. Tia, she doesn't care about people. The only thing KJP cares about is money. She can't even love her own child. It's disgusting. It is. Thank you so much, Jilly. I appreciate you, sweetheart. You're lying again. I do not believe that Miss Letitia yelled at you. I just don't believe that. She may have been frustrated with you or spoke to you, but I do not believe that she yelled at you. I don't. But you want to know what? If she did, I completely understand why she would. I really do.
You. And then the last message she sends to me, which was a huge red flag. And I don't care what any of you say, but she is telling me she is driving across the country with a weapon. And it's loaded, and she'll use it if she needs to. So tell me again, if you're Dre and you're in a fight with the birth mother of your husband, and she's telling people she's rocking a weapon, even if it's not about you, isn't that a little bit intimidating? It intimidates.
So tell me again, without a crystal ball, how concerned and how woke you are for Black people. Tell me again. After you are the one who posted your entire conversation with Miss Letitia. And you literally said all she was doing was reaching out to you, trying to make you feel better, like a human being with emotions and feelings. She reached out to you for concern. You showed the damn text messages. And she told you to make sure that you're taking care of yourself and that you're looking out for yourself. And she told you that, and you're even using this against her. She has every right to protect herself. What does that have to do with you or even Dre or anybody else but her? Especially if she has a license for that. She didn't tell you that for any reason but to make you feel better. She was showing you compassion, which is something that you, without a crystal ball, would never be able to understand. There's no way. So tell me again how you care so much about Black people that you would throw this Black woman under the bus and say that she has a concealed weapon that she has a license for, which you conveniently left out. You throw this woman, this Black woman, under the bus after she is going across state lines and putting her life at risk. But yet you're so woke, right? Without a crystal ball, you care so much about Black people. A person who cares about Black people and that's supposedly woke, and you want to talk about Black issues and the racial undertones in this case, a person who knows that would never say what you're saying right now. I think this is the part that enrages me the most. When you said this, and this isn't the first time you said it, you said this multiple times and used this against Miss Letitia. You have said this multiple times. The only one who's endangering anyone is you, without a crystal ball, endangering Miss Letitia. And you should be ashamed of yourself. Out of everything that you said, this is what enrages me the most. And trust me, I don't like any of the things that you have said throughout this entire video. But saying that is crossing a line. Right, Miss Letitia.
It made me feel way differently about her when she told me she was rocking a weapon. I'm like, whoa. Even if you fear for your life, like, there's laws about concealing and carrying, and conceal and carries don't cross states. And if she's carrying in Arizona and she doesn't have a license to carry and conceal it, that's against the law. So then I'm like, oh my God, what is this? And I'm not trying to say she's breaking any laws. I'm just looking at, like, what is this? And I would.
But she told you what it is. And it's funny how you keep bringing this up. You keep talking about it. You keep talking about it. It just shows your intentions and how you're trying to endanger this woman's life. Purposely. The only one who's looking cray-cray is you, without a crystal ball. The only one who people should be side-eyeing, looking at sideways, is you. For you to use that against her when all she was doing was literally checking up on you, making sure that you're okay. And you took something like that and turned it into something dangerous for no reason. You are cold. You are a very, very cold woman.
Be scared if that was someone that was mad at me. That's how I would feel. And she publicly.
And let's not forget, okay, she didn't publicly tell anybody anything. She sent you a private message and you made it public. You made it public without a crystal ball. She told you that in private, in confidence. She didn't tell you that for you to tell to your platform of 200,000 people or whatever. She didn't do that. She told you it in private. And not only are you talking about this to endanger this woman, but you're also talking about this to cause commotion and chaos between her and Dre, as if there's not enough chaos already between the two of them. It's already, they're obviously trying to come to some common ground, and you are trying to cause chaos. That's what you're doing. It's very apparent. You're trying to pit the two of them against each other and make the situation even worse. That's very obvious too. Oh, I see you, boo. I see you.
She said that on Molly's channel as well. So if it's because of the chaos,
I'm pretty sure Miss Letitia said that on Molly's channel after you put the personal messages out there. You're the one who put private messages public. You made them public. So she addressed it on Molly's panel. Amen. Keeping up with Queen Tulsa Goddess. Amen. Thank you. And thank you for being here.
That's happening online. Sure, I understand. But it's just, it was a weird message to receive. And then it was also weird for her to yell at me for sharing that communication because she said the exact same thing on Molly's channel. And I'm like, why does it matter where I say it and where I don't say it? And she didn't want anyone to know that we spoke, which I thought was weird too. Nor did Wynette. Why was everyone so worried about me speaking or them speaking to me? Why were they so worried that Molly would find out? And then Molly was on her channel telling everyone that they had blocked me when that wasn't true. Or they could have been telling Molly that they had blocked me and it wasn't true because I was never blocked. The day that I spoke, the last time I spoke to Letitia was a week ago. I hadn't spoken to her in 6 days before that point. So how do you harass someone that you don't even speak to? And during that period, when I would go check my messages, I was never blocked. I was also not messaging her and asking her questions. I mean, I might have asked her like a couple questions and she never responded, but I didn't take it personally. And then she did send me that message out of the blue last Thursday. And then got mad at me for publicly saying that I spoke to Molly. Then I also saw what was happening with other creators that tried to step in to help as well. And I thought, this is really weird. And I saw how she was treating Sherelle, which didn't make any sense to me. I'm like, Sherelle has a huge platform. She has over 300,000 subscribers. She's also a woman. She's an African-American woman that speaks about racial injustice. And her husband, Perry, also an African-American man, speaks about racial injustice and the experience of him as a Black man. And that is, but race is always a factor in life, unfortunately.
So again, tell me how much you care about race. You care so much about race that you have been dragging this family. Miss Letitia, you have been dragging them, but you care so much about race. Listen to yourself.
Like Goddess, who was trying to explain why maybe people of color don't go to the hospital because of systemic bias in treatment and how people are treated. And then all these people in my comments saying that that's not true. And I'm like, go to the CDC, go read the journals. It's been documented. Okay. I see how she's treating every creator that tries to help. And then I hear her saying, I'm the only one that gets to speak for her. Well, that's really weird. That's not normal in blogging. When a family needs help and they want a story to be spread, and if they want a lot of people to reach the story, they're going to want to speak to as many people as possible to help the story spread. But if you confine it to a single platform, the story can't go anywhere. So when you're restricting access to people and then you're basically making anyone that tries to tell the story and you're yelling at them and screaming at them, and then you are that mom and you're the family member and you're only mad after. She wasn't mad the whole time. She was yelling at all these other people. She was only mad after I said I spoke to her publicly. Isn't that weird? Why? By that point.
Well, why do you care? I don't understand. Why do you care at this point? Why can't you just let it go and leave this family alone? They're going through enough. I know she's Miss Letitia. Trust me, she's a liar. She lies about everything, in my opinion. And most people in these comment sections know that too. Why would you comment on her private DMs to you, KJ, to private issue? He was taken to VA with no issues. Then Dre transferred him private hospital. Exactly. We all know, and I have something to show you guys too. And I think this is going to explain it all. So hold on, this is almost done.
By the time that I spoke to Letitia that day, I was already like well into my skepticism, well into realizing there was way more than 2 stories. My first day that I figured out something wasn't right was, I think, the 13th of July or the 12th of July.
So you were suspicious of this story since the excuse me, the 13th of July, and you're just now saying something on July 28th. That's a reporter. Is that what you call a reporter? You just realized that there were 2 sides to a story on July, or in July 3rd or 8th or whatever you just said. Are you serious? Lord.
So it wasn't like, oh, she blocked me and all of a sudden I've been looking at both sides. No, I've been looking at both sides the whole time. And I've been looking at both sides the whole time. What isn't helping anything is the...
You're contradicting yourself. At first you said that you were misled and you only saw one side of the story. Now you're changing it and saying that you've been looking at all sides of the story. So which is it, without a crystal ball? Have you been looking at all sides of the story from the very beginning? Or did you just start looking at both sides now?
The like black and white thinking of the situation. Because if you're on the Justice for Vaughn side, what are you fighting for justice for? What if that's not what actual justice is? What if it's not true? And if you're on Dre's side, what if what you believe is not true? What if you're in the middle and you realize there's been probably some deception on both sides? And then you have endless fundraising and people trying to impede on anyone to look at both sides. That's weird, in my opinion. All these are excuses. I'm not helping anything, okay? Don't be. Okay. Everyone's looked into Dre's family. I mean, everyone's looked into every aspect of Dre's life. Ooh, this chick is crazy.
What are you doing? Blocking people now? I'm sure that's what you're doing because I'm sure people are talking about how messy you are. You're a mess, in my opinion. And I think she literally just reads comments towards the end. Nothing that's even serious or anything.
Doesn't mean someone has to stop telling the story. And just because, either way, just because it's not the story you want to hear doesn't mean someone has to stop telling the story. And just because it's a story that you don't agree with doesn't mean someone has to stop telling the story. So if you want to be part of the harassment against people that want to speak out or share a different point of view, fine, go ahead. If you want to laugh about it, make a joke of it, that's fine too. I'm not going to like yell at you guys and scream at you. I'm not going to call you guys names.
The only one who's doing any type of harassment here, in my opinion, is Without a Crystal Ball. You're the one who won't let this go, who won't leave the family alone. Even if you have questions about any type of thing, that's not what you're doing. You are obviously changing your story. You're trying to flip narratives, all of these types of things. That's what you're trying to do. And I'm sure that there are many people in the comments that are seeing that. But it's very, very apparent what you're doing here. And anybody else who doesn't see it, you need to do your research, because in my opinion, the only one who's doing any type of harassment is you, Without a Crystal Ball. That's it.
I just don't think that at this point in time, I'm making it worse. Yeah, I'm making it. Okay.
I agree with whoever said that. You're doing nothing but being messy and trying to make the entire situation worse. If you cared so much about this story, this wouldn't be your focus. Seeking vengeance wouldn't be your focus, because trust and believe, if you had any kind of concerns from the very beginning, you would have expressed that. You didn't have any concerns in the very beginning because you seen a story that you were passionate about. And just like everyone else, we all see the videos that are out there that are very suspicious, very erratic behavior. Those things have not changed. These things are right in front of us. The internet is forever. The only thing that is bothering you is that you are no longer in contact with the family. This was your story. This is how you looked at it. You're the bigger creator, so this was your story. And somebody else is covering this story. They, excuse me, may not be as big as you, but they're covering this. Like I said, your reputation precedes you, and that's it. If people don't want anything to do with you, you just move on. You don't drag their name through the mud. You don't make all of these dangerous accusations. You don't do those types of things as even a credible reporter, which we all know that you're not.
All right. Anyways, the kids, there's nothing to report. There's an open DCS case. Okay, so let me clarify about the done with it. One comment I made was I was done with the story as long as I was going to continue to get threats. As someone that has a platform, it's my right to decide and change my mind if I'm done with a story. I had a lot of people say, don't be bullied into getting off the story just because you're getting threats. Don't be scared. Don't feel like you can't look at this from all angles. Yes, I said I was going to leave the story if the threats continued. I did. And then I also changed my mind and I said I'm going to keep looking at the story. And if that upsets you, I'm sorry. Again, I'm not against anyone. I'm trying to see this from both sides. And I still believe the children need to be safe. And I still believe that at this point, there's a lot more that we don't know.
Okay. So that was, well, we all know what that was because I was commentating on it. But as you guys see, my opinion always and still stands with that. Hence, like I said, my title. And I think that you, Without a Crystal Ball, is just not a good person. And I hoped and prayed that she would not be this way towards Letitia. She is Letitia. She really is. And trust me, Miss Letitia, I have given her the benefit of the doubt so many times. Trust me, most of the people here in this comment section, we all know how she is. And she lacks compassion or empathy she has it for no one. Her only motive is money. Okay, there's always a motive behind any time that she takes a case. And that's the reason why, if you go to her channel, all she talks about is the Duggars, because that's her cash cow. That's how she makes her money. We all, as creators, I'm about to turn my camera on. We all, as creators, want to have a successful channel. We all want to have a successful channel. We all want to grow. You know, and anybody who's on YouTube and says that they don't want a successful channel, I'm gonna go ahead and call BS on that, because we all want that. We all want what's best for our channel, and I think some people go about it in a very, very shady way, and some people don't. Some people grow their channels with integrity, respect. And then there are some people who do really, really shady things, and Without a Crystal Ball is one of those people. She's just the type of person that has no kind of compassion, no kind of empathy for nobody except for herself. And it's unfortunate. And I hoped, like I said, I hoped and prayed that she would not do this with you guys. But every case that she takes on, it always turns into doxing, throwing people under the bus, bringing up their past history, which brings me to a video that I'm about to show you guys, which very much sums up Without a Crystal Ball and her whole motive. Now, this video is from the past, but this is how she thinks. Some of you guys have already seen this video, but I'm gonna let you in on the mind of Without a Crystal Ball. Don't mind those clothes. I've been doing laundry all day. I'm still not done. Okay, hold on.
What I do is I just want to tell you something. You can't ruin somebody's life who's literally already ruined it for themselves. You can't ruin somebody's life who's already a convicted felon. Part of what I do is I like to look into people to see if they have stuff in their background that would make them less than honorable, something that might indicate that they are, there's something illegal going on, they have a criminal background, they have a criminal history. My subscription to a background check service, run background checks a lot. This is the problem with the job that I have, is I end up doing background checks and I end up looking into criminal records.
I have nothing against people that have gone to prison and done their time and have not whatever it's called, reoffended. If anyone knows me, you should know my dad worked at the Department of Corrections and really dedicated his last 10 years of his career to helping prisoners who were arrested for drugs by developing and monitoring their addiction program for offenders. So part of what he did was managing the success of the treatment program and the recidivism rates. And they have had a lot of success in the state of Minnesota by helping addicts get help and become sober, they don't reoffend. So I'm not against people that have gone to prison. I understand that people make mistakes. There are some people that just are more career in their criminal activity, and it's not a one-time problem. It's habitual. And I've also experienced that in our family. So I've seen both sides. You can't ruin somebody's life who's broken the law. They've already done it themselves. So get mad at the person who actually ruined their life.
You agree?
How's mine, Nicole? Am I
There you go. That is what Without a Crystal Ball does. She digs up people's past and she doxes them. You know, having a father that worked in a corrections facility, what does that have to do with anything? I have cousins that work in correction facilities. I have an uncle who is a sheriff. I have two uncles who are sheriffs. I have two uncles who are detectives. Okay, so that has nothing to do with anything. That doesn't give you the right to bring up somebody's past and use it against them. But that's exactly what she does. And you're right, DJ. I feel like, when you talk about somebody, it does drive people to their channel. It does. But in the same sense, I really don't think that that's working for Without a Crystal Ball anymore. I don't. There are so many channels who, I'm not saying that every channel does it, with integrity, but a majority of them do. And they are very much on top of bringing awareness about Without a Crystal Ball. And most people eventually see that for themselves. It's not about bashing her. It's about bringing awareness to her. And when I say that I tried very hard to give her the benefit of the doubt, please believe me, I did. I was very, very much hoping that she would not go this route. And it's actually pretty pathetic how she literally is contradicting herself with everything that she says. Everything that she says, she's contradicting herself. It's very blatantly obvious to us what she's doing, but unfortunately, it's not blatantly obvious to other people. And that's where the awareness channels come in. But it is what it is. And I think we all can agree that she is just a person who lacks compassion. Like I said, there's people here on YouTube that are here to have fun with their channel and be successful with their channel. And we always want to work hard, but you do it with integrity, especially commentary channels and drama channels and all those. You have to be very careful because there's a line that you don't want to cross. And Without a Crystal Ball always crosses those lines. She always crosses those lines. She's always doxing people, always bringing up people's past. And I really, truly believe that she is the type who uses people's past against them. She does. That's what she's doing now. Like, how dare you use the fact that this woman carries something to protect herself and she has a license for it. And you are literally trying to scare people. It's disgusting. It is disgusting. So the next live stream that she did, some of you may not have seen this live stream, because I want to open up the panel for a minute. Not for that long though, but this live stream she did, it was only technically for maybe about, I think it was the same time somebody told me. I think it was Llama Girl who told me. However, make sure you guys check out Llama Girl, but I always put her in the description anyway. Love her. But what I will say is that on this live stream, she's pretty much borderline acting as though she's a doctor. And that's the only thing that I want you guys to see. There's no way I'm going to be able to listen to another hour of her, and I'm sure you guys don't want to either. But I want you guys to see how she literally is acting just like Dre. Okay. Yeah, Llama Girl's amazing. She's literally acting just like Dre. She is speaking as though she's a doctor. Okay. Hold on.
And I'm sitting in my chair. Okay. Gotta put this down. Hi. Hello. Okay, so I don't really have a huge topic here. I am just hopping on here.
Now, I want you guys to just keep this in your minds. Why does she keep going on Facebook? Why is she not talking about these things? Okay, at least from the last live that she did. She just did this live not too long ago, like an hour or two ago. But the point is why isn't she doing these kind of live streams on her YouTube channel? If you notice, she's been very active, very vocal as far as on Facebook with her live streaming, and I find that very coincidental. Well, I say it's not coincidental. That's what I meant to say. It's not coincidental. I feel like it's all planned and there's a motive behind it of why she's constantly on Facebook. It's almost as if she's thirsty for Dre's supporters. That's just my opinion.
I'm gonna wait for a few minutes. I think I figured out the comments finally. I was noticing that on my previous live, as I was deleting comments, my follower number wasn't going down. I was like, well, that's weird. So that means a bunch of people that aren't following me are just like popping over onto my live to leave nasty comments. Because if I would ban them, you would see the numbers go down. And the numbers weren't really going down. And I was banning a lot of people. Which I don't care about dissenting opinions, but I don't like rudeness. Okay. It says all the people are watching. Nobody's commenting. I think my comment is working. There are people that want to go live with me. I don't do that. Interesting. Okay. So I did a live earlier to try to share, sort of like say where I was at in the given situation with the story. I have to say anything you post, I sometimes agree and sometimes I don't, but that's okay. We respect each other enough to have different opinions. But Dre was an addict and she made that and we went to the doctor, hospitals about Ray. Oh my goodness, that's a lot to take in. Hello, April and Angelique. Thank you. That's it. I don't want to say one way or another. Like, I feel like if I emotionally respond to a situation, I'm not being objective. And it's very easy in this situation to emotionally respond.
But didn't you say that you emotionally did that in the beginning of this case? I'm pretty sure you just said that on your other live, didn't you? Okay.
okay, it says, listen, we would not be in the position, even if the cops called for CPS to check the kids, they would, as parents, had to take a drug test. Everyone failed these kids. This is just sort of my question. There's a lot of so there's a lot of calls to the police. There's a lot of calls by Dre for all the stuff. You've got supporters in her lives, right? You've got people that are paying her money every single month, and they are literally witnessing the shit that we saw in those videos. Not one of those supporters did anything. No one called the cops. No one called CPS.
How do you know? I just want to ask, how do you know? How do you know that nobody reported her? How do you know that nobody called the authorities? You don't know anything. You haven't talked to every single one of her supporters. Just because somebody may have called or one of her supporters did try to do something, that doesn't mean that they're going to respond to every single thing. You don't know anything. You don't.
No one talked to her. I understand people don't want to get involved. That's fair. But, you know, if you're seeing things online and you're not, I never tell people to like call CPS. I never say to like make a report based on this. But if you are someone that had access to her for a long time and you were in her life and you had a personal relationship with her and you were detailing all of this and you're in her inbox and you're hanging out with her and you know what's happening in that household and you're mad about it, but you're not doing anything. And then now, because there's a hate train, you're coming on that hate train and you're like, now I'm going to do something about it. It seems like hypocritical. I feel like if people, what upsets me in this situation is that there was kids that were seeing all of this stuff for such a long time, taken out of school, not properly educated, not doing K-12, isolated from people. Nobody's doing anything in their lives to protect those kids. They're smuggling drugs and she's going live about it. They're taking shots, they're smoking, they're taking kratom and using benzos and doing this all in front of their kids. And nobody thought, geez, this isn't good. Maybe I should see if they need help, or maybe we should do a welfare check, or I don't even know. Like, and I'm not suggesting people online do that kind of stuff. I'm trying to think of like, a lot of people sat on their butts, and now you've got a lot of people upset about a situation that we really only know bits and pieces about. And we have a lot of investigators involved. So there is an investigation into his suicide attempt, which I've never said wasn't happening. I just don't know that it's going to change the outcome of what they've found so far. I don't know that they'll find anything differently. So far in their investigation, everything is appearing to be suicide attempt. That doesn't mean it can't change, but that's what it looks like right now based on everything that they've released to us or reports. FOIA allows people to request anything from a police investigation. It's all public, so you can request anything. I did it through my company Without a Crystal Ball because I report on topics. We obviously did not get the body cam, and I wasn't necessarily going to, I was more interested in what Dre said. They would have, just so you know, you wouldn't have seen anything that was sensitive. They edit all of that out. But they're not going to release any of that because of the investigation. But I also don't think they're going to release anything because you've got a Fawn's birth mom threatening to sue them. And I think they have to be very careful right now. That doesn't, and a lawsuit doesn't mean that they win. It's just when you have a lot of people online threatening to sue and you've got a lot of people online watching what they're doing, they're going to be careful. You're not wrong about your observation. No one is denying Dee was straight up crazy, but so is the other side. I think my opinion changed as I learned more about the story, and I'm trying to give you as much as possible as I can as I'm giving it to you. I don't think that anyone did anything wrong in this case. I just think that there was a lot of clues that things were happening that maybe people ignored.
Hey, Llama Girl. Yes, Llama Girl is amazing. She's on Twitter. She is awesome. And her link will always be in the description. You are contradicting yourself left, right, sideways, front, center, like all over the place, because it's almost as if you're like trying to blame her audience for not doing anything about what they saw. But like I said, have you ever heard of parasocial relationships? Her audience didn't see anything wrong. You know what I'm saying? And maybe it took something as drastic as this happening for them to see. Did you ever think of that? It's nobody's fault why this happened, but in my opinion, Dre's, whether it was an accident or whatever the situation is, but you can't blame her audience for not doing this or not doing that. That's her audience. Some people feel like they shouldn't overstep their boundaries, and there may have been some people who were concerned but kept their mouth shut, may have been too afraid to say something. You just don't know, and you can't blame her audience for that. You can't blame her supporters. Because like I said, maybe they didn't see anything wrong with what she was doing. You know, there's a lot of creators like that. There's a lot of creators where there's parasocial relationships and um you know, people dictating to their audience, lying to their audience, and sad fishing and all of these types of things that makes their supporters feel bad for them, and manipulation, all of those types of things, which you should know all about without a crystal ball, because you do that every day with your supporters, in my opinion.
anything in a police investigation can be released. So, yeah. As I've learned more in the situation, my opinion has changed. That doesn't mean I support what I've seen with Dre at all. I want to be clear about that. I'm not supportive of kids not being in school. I'm not supportive of not educating your children. I am not supportive of not getting your children health care and not taking them to the doctor, not taking them to the dentist. I'm not supportive of a parent abusing drugs in front of their children. I'm not supportive of domestic violence in front of children. I'm not supportive of pretending you're a doctor and attempting to treat your family with unregulated products that may or may not do anything, and at worst will do nothing, and at best will do nothing, and at worst could potentially poison your family. So no, I mean, some of the stuff that she's giving the kids is very not going to do anything. It's just nothing. Other stuff could have been poisonous. So I don't know. Yes, we know. No, I don't think that she didn't do anything. What I'm saying is, I don't know what my opinion is. I'm not on her side. I'm not on their side. I feel like for me, it would be wrong to publicly accuse someone of doing something they haven't done. That's no. I have feelings, I have thoughts. I believe the kids should be in a stable environment. I can say that. That's my opinion. I believe the daughters should be with their father. I believe the girls should be living with their dad. I believe that their dad could handle their education. He has a nice home. He has a stable work environment. Both he and his wife have jobs that make decent incomes. He has no criminal record. He is well respected in his employment. He's well respected in his community for what he does with the Department of Corrections. There's not red flags for their father. Some of you have asked about why the father hasn't been involved, and what I can tell you is this. Dre's very controlling, according to the friend of the father, and they've said that she has made it very impossible at times to have any visitation with them. He has never not been a part of their lives. He has always been involved in their lives. The girls are on his insurance. He provides.
And don't even think for a second, since you want to call people out and make dangerous accusations about this, Vaughn's family. Don't think people haven't forgot about that GoFundMe that supposedly was the GoFundMe for the father, but you did that through the father's friend. Yeah, nobody forgot about that either.
Has child support. And he regularly speaks to them. They text, they play games on their phones together each day. They're playing like checkers a couple days ago. He has to be very careful about what he talks to them about, because Dre is she's convinced them that because their dad is vaccinated, that he will give them COVID. And so she's convinced them wrongly that his vaccination will make them sick. And so now they're scared to go spend time with him because of that. I was told that she would call the cops on him when the kids were with him. And so time together was always chaotic, but when he's with his girls, it's their fathers and daughters. Like, he loves his girls. He's had a hard time being in their lives, not because he doesn't love them.
Where exactly are you getting this information from without a crystal ball? Such personal details about the girl's life. Where are you getting this information from? Because you don't talk to the father. Okay. You're talking to the father's friend and he knows all these things and he's giving you this information. That's just weird. The girl's father is telling you all of this.
But because it's a complicated relationship with Dre, because she's very controlling and they believe things that aren't true. So he is trying to get custody of them. And I support that. There's nothing in his past that suggests to me that he's this horrible person that Dre suggests he is. His friend has been nothing but transparent. I have no reason to doubt them because everything that they've told me has happened. They've filed motions. They've shown, I've seen the orders. I know what they're doing. And for people questioning the Cash App, do you know how much money they got in the Cash App? $69. I didn't see that money. That went to them. But then they refunded almost all the money they received. So he's really not trying to fundraise on this. He'll find a way to pay for it. He doesn't need help. It's not cheap, but he's willing to do whatever he needs to do to get his girls.
What? Just a week ago, you were saying that he needs help because attorney's fees are very expensive, all of that stuff. Now you're saying he doesn't need help? What the hell? You are all over the place, girl. Like, for real.
And she was like, people were taking guns to the courthouse. The judge got death threats and had to be relieved and go off the case. 3 separate attorneys quit because of all the threats. There was so much chaos, and there were YouTubers that were putting out a false story and following that story, and everyone believed it. I want to remind you guys of another story that I did. There was a story on Sophie Long, and this dad made a video and he made everyone believe that Sophie had been sexually assaulted. And he brainwashed her to say that on camera. He coached her. They practiced.
Sophie Long, the little girl that you publicly called a little brat. The little girl that you didn't know, all you knew was from one video that you seen, but called her a little brat because you said she wasn't listening because this little girl was under distress, in my opinion. But you did call her a little brat.
Brothers told the court she was lying. It never happened. They knew that the dad had coached her. But everyone online assumed that a little girl wouldn't say something that wasn't true. And her dad told her what to do, what to say, how to say it, and he filmed it. And everyone believed it. And people started sending death threats to the mom, and she had to go into protective custody. And she was like, people were taking guns to the courthouse. The judge got death threats and had to be relieved and go off the case. 3 separate attorneys quit because of all the threats. There was so much chaos, and there were YouTubers that were putting out a false story and following that story of the dad, including some of the YouTubers that are involved in this story. And they had to end up retracting it because the mother was on the verge of filing a lawsuit against them because she didn't do any of those things. After an exhaustive investigation and forensic evaluations, a full psychological examination by the father of the court, they found that he was mentally incompetent and that he had narcissism and he was incapable of being a parent, and that he lied and that he had fabricated these accusations on 6 different men. Anytime she had a man in her life, he accused them of raping his daughter. There was a YouTuber who's in this story right now, Annie, who went live and told everyone that 6 men raped Sophie while Kelly was there at a hotel. Annie said that Kelly should be waterboarded. She was calling for all of this shit to happen to Kelly, okay? None of it.
I chose, excuse me, to stay away from that case. So there's not much that I can say about it. But what I will say is I wouldn't believe anything that she says about the case. That's for sure. I would not believe anything that Without a Crystal Ball says about the case because she is a known liar, okay? She's been caught in about 200,000 lies, 200,000 lies since we've been going over these videos and doing commentary on these videos. So I would not believe anything that she says about any other creator, but I do know that I watched the shit show of that case and it did get really, really bad. There were creators that were making false claims, all kinds of things, but I don't know anything about what she's talking about. But I just will say that I would never believe her because she can't tell the truth. Right, Mama Girl?
It was true. I will never, I don't want to jump into a situation like that again, where I'm hearing one side of story and then all of these people are calling for like people to die and it turns out to be fake. Because Kelly has full custody of Sophie now. Sophie's doing wonderful. Michael's in prison. I don't want to be enabling anyone. I don't want to enable any side. I want to be neutral because I don't know what the truth is.
You were forced to be neutral without a crystal ball. You don't have any choice but to be neutral because none of the families want anything to do with you with good reasoning. So you don't have a choice but to be neutral. Point blank, period.
Also videos of Vaughn saying, I don't want to go to the doctor. I don't like the doctor. I don't like being on meds. Yeah, that's the medication. She gave him phenobarbital. Yeah, so who's Dinah and why is Dinah giving meds? That's my question. I think she had a lot of power. I think she had a lot of control over people. I think she had a lot of influence. I think anyone that has a platform can misuse their influence over other people. I think it's very easy when someone grows their platform to get a big head and
You're literally talking about yourself. You know, when you grow your platform and you get a big head and you mislead your followers and all parasocial relationships, and you first bring them in one direction, but then you go and drag them to another direction because you're not benefiting off the direction that you initially started with, all of that kind of stuff. That's you. You're literally explaining yourself.
I think that they can control their people and they have a engaged audience and they can convince them to do things. And I think in the wrong hands, people can get inflated senses of egos and entitlement. And one thing I did notice is that the larger her platform grew, the bigger her head seemed to get, the more she seemed to be disconnected from the girl that started this channel 2016, that was more grounded and rooted. She became more polished and had to look perfect.
You are literally describing yourself. That is crazy. Do you not see that you are the exact same way? Right? Look in the mirror. The bigger that you have gotten, the worse you continue to get. It's crazy. You know, your platform, the more it grows, the more entitlement you have, which is why you're trying to sway everyone to stay neutral and to, you know, trying to turn your audience against Letitia and throwing her under the bus and, you know, trying to persuade your audience to ask for refunds, excuse me, allegedly. All of those things you're doing because you're entitled and you feel like you should be the one that is technically the star of this case, the one who's the spokesperson, the one that everybody goes to for the information. And it didn't work out because people don't want to be bothered with you. So this is what you do when you don't get your way. The entitlement is real.
And was trying to present some kind of image, you know. I think she got lost in that, and I think you can definitely abuse your. I think you can like, are you crazy? That's not how it works. Not at all. In order for someone to even look into the brain, you have to do an MRI to see if the pituitary gland is there. Is it, what's the size? Then you have to do blood scans to actually test the hormone levels. And pituitary dysfunction is very uncommon. It's very rare, in fact. Hormone conditions are not uncommon, but they're generally more isolated to like so thyroid, hypothyroidism is actually not uncommon. Low testosterone is not uncommon, but it's generally isolated not to the pituitary gland, but to the actual like organs. I only know this again because I have a child that has panhypopituitarism. So when I'm watching her and I'm listening to her and I'm like, people are listening to this thinking that she's impacting his pituitary gland. And then she's also diagnosing him at the same time with signs of being diabetic because of biofeedback. I don't know who this person is that thinks that biofeedback's telling them this thing. It's ridiculous. But that's not how hormones work. It controls everything getting to the places that it needs, that you don't think about it. It's called the autonomic system. The automatic system is the stuff that you can control, like your muscles and like your voice and your expressions and moving your limbs. But everything that's happening in your body that you don't think about, that's the autonomic system. And so she's trying to say she can control a system that doesn't need to be controlled. It does, it's like a self-cleaning oven kind of thing. Like it takes care of itself. Not all autonomic systems work. Some have dysfunctions. Some have what's called dysautonomia. There's lots of things that can happen in the central nervous system. But for some reason, she decided that she could control something that he probably didn't have a problem with.
So this is the part that I wanted you guys to see, that I'm shutting it off. I guess she's a doctor now. So because your son has this, you know, disease or whatever it is that you call it, you are now a doctor and knowledgeable on everything that Dre talks about, right? So I think that's very unfortunate that her son has to deal with that, and I'm sure that's hard for her as a parent, her husband, all the way around. That is very, very challenging to have a child who has any type of medical problems. So my prayers go out to her for that. But at the same time, that doesn't make you a doctor. That doesn't mean that you know everything about everything. And you are doing the exact same thing that you have been complaining that Dre has done. So watch how much she contradicts herself before I end this live stream with her of commenting about her.
Get a real doctor on here. I'm telling you based on my child. I'm not claiming to be a doctor. I'm just telling you on my own experience.
Well, you're talking like a doctor and you are speaking as though you are knowledgeable on whatever it is that Dre says in her videos. And another thing, why are you smiling when you're explaining all of this? Like, why do you have this big smile on your face? Completely different demeanor from now and the previous live stream. You were hardly smiling, but now you're talking about something really, really sensitive and medical conditions and things like that, but yet you have a big smile on your face. That's just, yeah.
You don't have to, I don't need to be a doctor to tell you my own experience of having a child that has autonomic dysfunction. Like, I don't need you, a doctor on here, to tell me that she's looking at a computer saying that her pituitary gland is going to get fixed when you know that's bullcrap, right? You know that's not true. You don't need a doctor to tell you that that's not true. She's not going to fix a pituitary gland by staring at a computer screen. That's ridiculous. I'm not portraying a doctor by any means. Just saying. There's two kinds of issues that happen. You can either have not be born with a pituitary gland, or people will develop a tumor around the pituitary gland that affects it from working. And so if you have a tumor, it's pretty noticeable because it'll be growth in your head. And literally your pituitary gland is like right here. It's in the front of your head. It's like the very top of the midline. It's like right behind your eyes. So if you were to look in an MRI, you'll see it right behind your eyes. It's a little tiny pea inside of a little sac that's connected to a hypothalamus and a thalamus, and then it goes all the way down and it's connected to the brainstem. She says, I had a brain scan and I have an empty cella. That's what my son has. But his isn't flattened. Either way, when you're watching someone look at a computer and say, just sitting here, I increased his pituitary function by 2 points. She thought that. She literally thought that. That can happen. Adrenal insufficiency is scary. I mean, I had like a 14-page, 30,000 word essay from someone claiming that because I refused to see things their way, I was suddenly on Team Dre. And I'm like, no.
What's up? What do you need? Huh?
I don't disagree. She said, I think it might have made her feel invincible. Maybe. Decline medical care. They have the right to consent to doing alternative therapies and taking alternative methods. Every person has the ability to decide what they're going to do with their bodies medically. No doctors can force treatment on anyone. So they could report and say, well, they could flag them maybe for medications. Like maybe they were flagged where they couldn't get narcotics. I've considered that. Maybe that's part of the issue here is they have been flagged where they couldn't get pain meds. But it's harder with adults because adults, after you're the age of 18, you get to decide what you want to do. Unless he is deemed medically, mentally incompetent or medically incapable or mentally incapable, they have to go based off what he says. They have to go based off what he says. I understand that. Melissa, how do I add you as a moderator? But the excuse is that because she's being controlled. You guys can figure it out. I'm sure I looked really cute when I was typing that out. Probably looked like really weird. If the poll is launched, we got 60 votes so far, you guys.
What in the hell is the point of her doing this? So for any of you guys who can't see this, which I'm sure you guys can because it looks smaller for me, but it says, is it the responsibility of the parents to protect the children regardless of their relationship? What is the point of having a poll like that? There is no point. Because at the end of the day, first of all, Vaughn is 29 years old, and that is irrelevant. Okay? Yes, it is the responsibility of the parent, in my opinion, but I just don't understand what the point of doing this poll is. Like, what are you trying to prove by doing this poll? Ugh, my Lord Jesus.
Come on, keep voting. 79.
Do I have permission from your crew to have some more popcorn?
30. You got 35 seconds. You got 28 seconds, everyone. There's 594 of you in the chat, and I only have 139 votes.
What do you need, bud?
We got 12. Protect them. Care for them, provide for them, not neglect them, not expose them to abuse, not expose them to...
So how the hell did it end up being 50 and 49? It had to have been 51 and 49.
I don't know. That's how it ended, though. Ever think differently? Like, that is one thing, that is one opinion I hold about some person I cover, that no one can make me think different. All I know is that families are messy and relationships are messy, and being that Dre is still being able to be around Vaughn, the attacks against her just made us where we can't see how Vaughn is doing now. Everyone keeps asking how he's doing, and we don't know now. Yeah, I mean, people didn't want Dre on the internet, and so now she's not telling you how Vaughn is, and so now no one knows how Vaughn is. It's kind of a double-edged sword.
That's not why Dre isn't speaking, and I'm pretty sure a couple days ago you even said why Dre isn't speaking. More than likely because she got attorneys, and her attorneys told her to shut up and not say anything. I mean, it's always her choice if she wants to say something. I wouldn't say anything either if I was in her position. I'm not going to lie. She's said a lot as far as like, dragging her mother-in-law in a horrible way. There's so much evidence out there as far as videos and all of that stuff. So there's a lot of things out there to where what could Dre say? You know what I mean? So in my opinion, I'm sure her attorneys told her, keep your mouth shut, because that's what attorneys would do. And she even said that in the beginning, but now you're saying that Dre's probably being quiet because the internet is talking about her and all that stuff. No, that's not why. She has attorneys, and probably under their legal advice, they probably told her you're better off not saying anything.
It's a catch 22. You guys didn't want her to share any information, but now you want the information that she was sharing. You didn't believe the information that she was sharing.
That's a manipulation tactic. In no way, I'm sure her supporters, most importantly, in no way did people not want Dre to share information. Okay, there's a lot of information out there that Dre has shared throughout her entire beauty influencer career. I mean, the woman literally has filmed very, very private moments, to the public. So, what are you talking about that nobody wanted her to say anything? She has said everything. She has said so much. For goodness sake, she's talking about smuggling narcotics over the border, all those types of things. There's enough out there where she doesn't have to say anything. There is no defense. She has tried to defend herself as far as talking about some of the things that she's done and making up every excuse in the book, where there's no excuse for the things that she's done. She's not a doctor. The things that she was doing was very negligent, in my opinion, allegedly, in my opinion. But the point is that it's not as if, now we want her to shut up. Of course, we would want her to say things regardless. But she got an attorney, and I guarantee her attorney told her not to be quiet. You just said that in your previous live stream, Without a Crystal Ball. In the beginning of your live stream, she would literally be stupid if she was to start talking now. But now you're flipping it and blaming the audience as to why, her audience and everyone else, as to why she's not talking. Make up your mind and quit contradicting yourself.
But she was giving you that information, and now you don't have the information, and now you want the information, but she's not going to come back and give you that information because of this. No, you don't have to.
And when you say because of this, remember, this is something that you started Without a Crystal Ball. This is something that you started talking about. You introduced this case. It doesn't matter who started talking about it first. You were one of the first bigger creators that started talking about this case. So this is because of you as well.
You don't have to pay money to post comments. You have to be a follower. Being a follower is free. Follower waves, and They check the MRIs. Someone says the only thing I'm really lost on is his actual medical status. So the only thing I can go off of for Vaughn's medical status is what Dre has said publicly. And she has said that 7 doctors sat her down. They had done an EEG. They have done multiple MRIs, brain scans, and they've put they do different things to check brain function. Okay. And they hook them up to machines and they check for brain waves and they check the MRIs will show if there's gray matter in the brain. So if your brain is showing gray, that generally means that your brain has died, okay? And it's not healthy tissue. It'll show up a very specific way on a scan. So she said that all of the scans showed that he had no brain activity and that he had severe brain damage to his brain. The doctors told her that there's no possibility of recovery. That's what she said on June 3rd. 7 doctors.
Well, I will be going and looking up that video because I don't believe a damn word that she says. And maybe Dre said that. That's what the doctor said. I have no clue because I can't trust her. I can't believe anything she says. Everything that she says, you can come in.
Can I turn off?
Everything that she says needs to be questioned. If Dre did say that there is no chance of that, whatever, I will go and look that up in the next 10-15 minutes when this live stream is over, and then I will make a community post because I don't believe anything she's saying because she's a liar.
Sat her down. They had done multiple scans, EEGs.
Which would make sense if he didn't have oxygen to his brain.
Yeah. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with brain scans. We've seen lots just because of our son. And it's easy to see brain damage on a scan. It shows up very obvious. So they will obviously see if tissue is not, it appears completely different than healthy tissue. So
do you guys see how she's playing a doctor? How is it that you can look at a brain scan and be able to tell you're not a doctor? You're not a doctor. She's literally saying way more than exactly. You're saying way more. You're not a doctor. You don't know what a brain scan looks like. You may know what a brain scan looks like, but you don't know what a diagnosis is of a brain scan because you're not a doctor. You don't know how to read scans. So quit trying to pretend like you do. This is the part that I wanted you guys to hear.
So the way that they explained it to her is that he has no sense of consciousness. He's lost his entire sense of self. His body is alive, but Vaughn's brain and conscious self is gone. His brain stem is likely functioning because he has some breathing where he's able to do on his own. But if you look at the status of what no brain activity means long term, it means that long term, there's different forms of comas and there's different forms of brain death. But his was from lack of oxygen for 30 minutes. 30 minutes without any oxygen.
I've seen the majority of Dre's videos, and I don't ever remember her saying any of this. No sense of consciousness, all of these things. She's literally making up a story. Now she's just making up a story. Are you looking for another lawsuit without a crystal ball? Because that's where you're headed, in my opinion.
Your brain starts shutting down and you start dying after 3 minutes of no oxygen. Once you hit, I think, 10 minutes of no oxygen, it's like irreversible brain damage. When you go above that, the possibility of ever recovering is like it's so devastating. And lo and behold, Letitia says slightly opened his eyes and now it's believable. It's sad all the way around. He can have involuntary movements with no brain activity. The body, the spinal cord is still working and the brain stem is still functioning. So the way that your body's moving and the blinking and all of that is usually involuntary. He hasn't opened his eyes. He's still in a coma. And then if you look at the statistics of an anoxic injury.
How do you know that he has not opened his eyes? You haven't seen him. You don't know anything about anything. You're not in the hospital with him. You don't know anything that Miss Letitia is not telling anybody who's the one who's seen him and who speaks publicly about his progress. You don't know anything. Exactly. No empathy at all. The only person who knows that is Miss Letitia when she's seen him and Dre. You don't know if he's opened his eyes. You don't know anything. And Miss Letitia even said she could see the whites of his eyes. That's what I'm talking about. She has no empathy. And why doesn't she have empathy? Because this woman is evil. She is. You're talking about something that you have no clue about. And that's what I said. Are you looking for another lawsuit? You have learned absolutely nothing from the lawsuits that you were in and that you're currently in now.
An anoxic injury of this magnitude in a coma for over 2 months now. They told her there was no recovery. She doesn't believe that. That's what she said. I don't believe that there's no recovery. That's what the doctors told her. No possibility of recovery.
Without a crystal ball, didn't you just post a video, or not a video, but a picture of a woman who made the news or mainstream where she was in a coma for 8 years? And in your description, you said, wow, I guess anything is possible, right? But now there's no chance for him. You are not a doctor. You don't know anything. Just because you are an atheist and you don't believe in whatever, you don't believe in a higher power, doesn't mean anything. Miracles happen every single day. You literally were singing a different tune a couple weeks ago. You were literally starting to say, oh, well, there could be hope. But now I guess you're saying there's no hope, right?
I've talked to 2 friends in the medical community and they've said that he will not recover. Well, once you lose a sense of your consciousness and your brain is gone, you don't know, you don't have feelings and you don't know anything. You're gone. It's sad. That's what, and I'm not trying to imply this. This is what Dre has said in her own videos of what doctors have told her. Self anymore. Having that legally drafted, having a will is super important. Making sure that you have discussions about what you want.
I think that she has said enough because at the end of the day, she has no clue what she's talking about. And she's just talking out of her ass right now. Because, in my opinion, you cannot sit here and say, like I said, I will go and look at some of Dre's videos or whatever because I don't ever remember her saying the specifics about really anything when it comes to Vaughn. But he is breathing on his own. There has been good news about him, and she fails to mention that to her audience as well. So that's it with her. But as you guys can see, this is what I wanted to show you. This is what I wanted to do commentary about. I wanted to be able to do commentary about. Close my door. There we go. I wanted to be able to do and show you guys her obviously behavior throughout this case. She's the one now, in my opinion, who's being very erratic, very evil, very insensitive. Her lack of empathy, all of these things, and then obviously saying that she wants to bring Queen Tulsa up on her panel, obviously to continue to cause chaos, to continue to discredit people who are talking about this case, to continue to perpetuate her agenda. And her agenda is revenge. Okay, because things didn't work out in her favor. In my opinion, I believe that this was like a golden case to Without a Crystal Ball. This was something that this is a case that she really wanted to take on and own all aspects of it. And now she's trying to use race to pit people against each other. Hey, I am all for calling things out and holding people accountable. I'm not here to I'm not here to bite my tongue to make people feel comfortable. If I felt that this case was more about race, I would be saying that, but I don't. I believe there's undertones, racial undertones, but I don't believe that that's the issue. The issue is that there's a woman that has been doing very, very negligent things, in my opinion. So for her to, and I think that made so many people mad. That made so many people mad. I got so many messages like, did you see she wants to bring this person on panel and she's going to try to start this whole thing and make this about race and blah, 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 blah. She is doing whatever she can to discredit and deflect. Okay, that's all she's trying to do. And like I said, and I'll continue to say, I am so tired of people trying to use that when it's convenient for them, to use race when it's convenient for them, to care about race when it's convenient for them, to care about racial injustice, social injustice, all of those things. You only want to speak about it when it benefits you. I don't like that. If you cared about it, you would care about it all the time. You would always talk about it. You would always bring awareness about it, especially with a big platform like hers. But instead, she's trying to call somebody up on panel, okay? Summon somebody up on panel because they were on another person's panel and they were totally disregarded. You know what I mean? That's beyond the point. Because at the end of the day, Queen Tulsa, she has her own channel, and I'm sure that she was able to speak her opinion on her own channel, and she is well within her right to do so. Exactly, Mama Girl. I just don't feel that she cares about anything but herself, and I'm always going to call her out on that. You're not going to use race to cause a deflection, to cause chaos, to cause a divide. you're not going to do that. Okay? Because I'm going to call you out every single time that you try to do it. And I think the most thing that's important for everyone to realize is, I know some people think that speaking about Without a Crystal Ball brings attention to her. Now, I have always wondered this about Without a Crystal Ball, because sometimes I just don't know. Sometimes I don't know if she is talking about things to get attention. No, this is like a pants outfit. See, it's a pants outfit. Sometimes I think she talks about things to get attention and to, have people gravitate over to her channel, all that kind of stuff. But in reality, I don't know if it's just that. I think it's more than that. I think it has to do with, I don't think that it's just to get people onto her channel. What I've noticed about Without a Crystal Ball is that a lot of people have channels about her. A lot of people have channels completely dedicated to her and calling her out because she is that problematic, right? And people think that brings traffic over to her channel. But what I've noticed is she hasn't been growing in a significant way. You know what I'm saying? Like, most people would benefit if they have so many channels made about them. But I don't feel like Without a Crystal Ball really does benefit as much as even she may think in her own head. I really don't. Hey, Goose.
Hey, I think this time, sometimes in the past she'd still have like her followers and stuff, but this is just my opinion, but I think she's really pissed a lot of people off this time. And, it's kind of ironic, usually when people are covering things and they're doing things right, like they grow a little bit every day or, but she's having like these days where there's like no addition, like there's no adding of subs or anything. And then every once in a while it'll be like, boom, 1,000 subs. And I'm like, that's ironic. It's not like she put out some like crazy video or whatever. It's just, she ironically has, 1,000 subs here or 2,000 on one day or whatever versus like, 400, 300, 800, whatever. And so I just feel like this time it's different because she's always been able to gain subscribers because of the other stuff she covers. And I think there's so many more people now that are involved in this that are just like, wait, what? And, she's trying to kind of backtrack. And so I feel like she's kind of trying to like, maybe not completely slide over to the Dre side, but like kind of be in the middle more to try to get maybe some of Dre's subs or something. But you can't really go back when you call somebody the MURDERER, it's like
you can't go back from that. And it is all over channels. I think I may have even showed it that she definitely accused Dre of being the M word. So
right. Also, I just wanted to say one thing. When she was talking like she was a doctor and she was talking about the brain stuff. So first off, like I said the other night, my mom has dementia. And so when you're first diagnosed with dementia, you have a brain scan and then like you have another one like a year later or 2 years later. So they can see the progression of it. With dementia, it's a little different because they look for like dead spots in the brain. But with dementia, your brain actually starts to shrink. So they look at more of the shrinkage of the brain versus like the actual spots. But now she probably knows more because she's, claims to have seen a lot of scans. I've only seen just 3 with my mom, but one of the things, and I may have not heard her right. I didn't go back and listen to it again. I was going to after the video, but maybe people in the chat can kind of help. She made it sound like, after like the 10-minute mark, like there was like no chance at all. And that's actually not true. So what it actually says is that after 1 minute of without oxygen, the brain can begin to die. And then at 3 minutes, that's when the lack of blood flow and everything can lead to brain injury, can lead to brain injury. And then at 5 minutes, they say that death becomes imminent. Basically, like if you don't do anything, like, you know, and you just leave it the way things are. And then at 9 minutes, severe and permanent damage is likely. And then after 10 minutes, chances of survival are low. It's not worded the way that she words it. I mean, it's like, if you're going to try to talk and preach like a doctor because you think you know it all, at least say what the facts are. Like, she makes me so angry with the things that she says. I don't get it. And I just have to say, like, I thought it was really ironic, her wearing a Snoop shirt, talking about race today. And, you know, whether she did it on purpose or not, I just thought that I wouldn't be surprised if she did.
Right. That she's wearing it for that specific reason because she's talking about race.
Yeah, there's even there's free divers that will, I mean, this is different obviously because they train themselves, but again, how do we know that Vaughn was actually without oxygen for 30 minutes? Like, that's
nobody knows how long he was without oxygen. Nobody does except for Dre. Nobody does.
But, he had, so, you know, Dre called 911 supposedly shortly after she found him. And then when the police arrived, you know, I've heard mixed things, but I believe she was doing CPR when they arrived, and then the EMS took over. The weird part is it was kind of hard to tell like who arrived first. I think EMS arrived first because the police officers don't talk about how they had to like step in and do compressions, and then the EMS did it. It sounded more like when the police arrived, she was kind of out of the way and EMS was working on him. And we already know that EMS and the police and everything, they weren't there that long. And they had a heartbeat. We don't know like when that heartbeat was started. And Dre doesn't know when that heartbeat was started. So again, the only way that she would know for sure if he was out of oxygen for 30 minutes is if she was with him the entire time from when he first started not getting oxygen.
Right.
So that's like my wheels are spinning on that going, so when do you know when he went without oxygen?
You
know what I'm saying?
She probably, just like Jennifer Turner just said, Dre probably doesn't even know how long. Nobody does, you know? And like I said, miracles happen every day. And I don't ever remember Dre going into specific details the way that Without a Crystal Ball is. I don't remember. I would have to do my research and look for that video where she talked about what the doctor said to her, because I don't remember that.
I don't remember that either. Also, what I remember in the video was that she was kind of vague. Like the impression that I got was that she felt like she had to say something because it was kind of starting to come out, but like she didn't go into a lot of detail. She did talk about how, you know, basically the doctors were trying to tell her like, you know, that there was no hope, but she was like, no, I know my baby's going to wake up, or, you know, whatever terminology she actually used. And, but when KJ was talking about it, it was like, I hadn't even heard any of the stuff she was saying. So I'm thinking, wait, did you talk to Dre? Or did you talk to a friend who talked to Dre? Like, how do you have all of this extra information when the video that she did, at least the one that I saw, she didn't go into as much detail as she said. Like and then she started to talk about the brainstem and how, the brainstem might still be working and that might be why he's still breathing. Like, come on, KJ.
She's full of it. Even what about when she was talking about the husband, or she was talking about Dre's ex-husband, and talking about how she's in communication with the friends. And it's like, how does a friend know all of those details? He doesn't live in the house with them.
Well, that's why I think I don't think it's a friend. I honestly think it's the wife, because if you go back and you listen to that section, she slips and she literally says something, something, something. And then she goes, and they can't even see the girls.
She probably did.
Because if she was talking to a friend and not the wife would say, the friend would say, yeah, it's been really hard for them to be able to see the girls, or he and his wife, like, really, it's been difficult. But her verbiage on that was, it's been really hard for them. Yeah, it's been really hard. Whatever, I can't remember what I just said. My brain just went blank, but good old ADD. But yeah, the verbiage that she said, I was like, wait a second, that doesn't, you just messed up right there.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody else said too that,
she
like,
always tells on herself,
right?
Mm-hmm.
She can't even keep up with her lies. I mean, she is like the queen of hypocrisy. It's like, here, let me talk out of the left side of my mouth. Okay, now let me talk out of the right side of my mouth to try to save my ass.
Right. And I don't know if anybody noticed how different the second video was compared to the first, but in my opinion, watching her, it was different. Like, she's sitting there laughing about stuff that's not even funny. And her pupils looked dilated, in my opinion. She just looked completely different. Her whole demeanor was different in that video. So
she's
a lot.
Yes, and she's so cringe. Like, I'm sorry, but you know what? If I was talking about a serious case, I wouldn't have my Jack Nicholson smile on my face, like, talking about Josh Duggar or Todd Chrisley, or in this case, Vaughn. It's like, and because she's got these people that she has to kiss ass to now because she's made so many people mad. She's like, hi guys, how are you doing? And it's like, okay, just wipe that off your face. Like, people will figure out who you are soon enough. And then she's got like this one group of like 5 girls that kind of go to bat for her in the comments. And it's like, okay, you will see it one day too. Like, it just amazes me. Like,
it does. She's good at it, especially just impersonating her right there. Like, hi, I can't even do that.
She's like, here's KJ.
But she is infuriating. Like, she really does infuriate me. Like, every single time I watch her, when I watched that today, obviously I knew I had to do commentary on it because just everything that's coming out of her mouth is a lie. And if I can sit back here and remember all of the things that she has been saying throughout this case, which I remember everything because I've been covering her coverage on this case. So I remember everything that she said. I remember, how different her tune was in the beginning of this case up until now, and how she is so desperately, you guys, trying so hard to get people to see things her way now. And her way is, there is no chance. Let's focus on the kids. That's all she's doing. Let's focus on the kids. There is no chance for, I think everything is the way that it is. The police report is right. There is no investigation. There shouldn't be an investigation. You might as well say that that's what she's basically saying. And because she wants to deflect off of speaking about anything about this case that she doesn't want to speak about, because she is no longer in contact with anyone where she can give exclusives. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's so sad. That's so sad that you can't just cover a case, that you can't just talk about a case. I don't talk, like I said yesterday, I don't talk to anybody in the family. It's always a pleasure to have Miss Letitia in the chat, like, always a pleasure. But I don't speak to her on personally or anything like that. And you don't have to. You don't have to speak to the family. Like, even when she was talking about, what's the girl's name with her mother had Munchausen by proxy?
Gypsy Rose's mom?
Yes, Gypsy Rose. She said she was in close contact with that family. She reported something about a girl from Teen Mom. She said she was in close contact with that family. I feel like she just feels like she has to be in contact, personal contact with the family in order to report on a case. But to be honest with you, as a reporter, you're not supposed to emotionally get involved with anyone. as a reporter.
Right.
If you remember, if anybody watches Scream, and I've watched all the Scream franchise, even the new one, which wasn't that great. But if you remember, Gail Weathers, the reporter, a real reporter in Scream, if you remember what she said to either Sydney, I think it was Sydney, she said, "You better check your conscience at the door, sweetie, because I'm not here to be loved." And that's true. As a reporter, you're not here to be loved. You're not here to be liked. You're not here to get emotionally attached to anyone involved in the case. You are here to tell a story, to report on a story, and to objectively evaluate all sides of the story. That's not what Katiejoy did. She literally admitted it, where she took Letitia's side, okay, and didn't look at all aspects of the case. But a creator, you can do that. As a creator, I'm not claiming to be a reporter, okay? And I am going by what I see. And what I see, and me examining and critiquing the behavior of DreMccray, it's erratic. It's very sus. Anybody can see that. Anybody who knows how to use critical thinking and think logically can see the things that she's doing is just not right. And that's just my opinion. But with Katie, who claims to be an investigative reporter, you are supposed to get all aspects of the story before you start talking about the case. That's what you're supposed to do. Because if you would have gotten all sides of the story before you started talking about the case and looked at it objectively, then you wouldn't be changing your story now, would you? But the only reason why you're changing your story is because the family doesn't want anything to do with you. But if the family still till this day wanted something to do with you without a crystal ball, you would still be talking about this case, doing whatever you can for the family, as long as you're getting exclusives. And you asking for a refund just shows right there what your intentions were. And your intentions were, I just want to be close to the family so I can get first dib or whatever on the story.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, you're trying to buy the family. That's what you were trying to do.
That's
Otherwise,
why
you would ask for the money back.
Right. And that's why she kept saying that's what other people were trying to do, because that's exactly what she was trying to do. And it's so funny because now she's trying to like cover for, well, the dad, he's got his money, a lot of people like wanted their money refunded. And like in the end, he only got like $68 on the Cash App. And I'm thinking to myself, KJ, you're just trying to cover your ass by saying the father doesn't need the help and all that stuff now, because you ruined his chance of having help because of what you did with Letitia.
Exactly.
Like you could have literally just like, I found out in the end, I thought she donated like $1,100 because I thought there was like a $100 payment, a $500 payment, and then like another $500 payment. Sounds like it was only $600. And then the other thing is she keeps saying like, I never talked to Letitia. No, duh. We know you didn't talk to Letitia. That's not what Letitia said. Letitia said she was contacted by GoFundMe and asked about this. And
yes,
usually
she never said that she spoke with her.
Right. And usually if there's ever an issue with GoFundMe and somebody requests their money back, like you can fight it, because sometimes people will just do that later. Like they might give some big donation just to like prove a point or make it look a certain way. And if they're not trying to get it back for, they're just, doing it for shady reasons or whatever, you can fight that. But what Letitia did is, as soon as GoFundMe contacted her, she's like, yep, no problem. Go ahead, refund it. But she never said she talked to KJ. Like KJ is just like, I don't know if it's a combination of her just being stupid and not paying attention at times, or if she like, because I know she tries to be manipulative, but either that or she just thinks that people who like watch her and listen to her are stupid. And that makes me mad, because I'm like, no, like you're not, we see what you're doing. We see the manipulation and everything like that. It's like, she's also dragging Amy Duggar King now again, which is so weird.
Is she?
Yeah, she just put out a video, and ironically, the Sun did like some story on her, and now everybody's saying that likely it was information put out by KJ, and that KJ likely just sold the story to the Sun and then remained anonymous, which wouldn't surprise me. She's shady
Right.
like that. You know, she needs to make up some money.
Exactly. And all I could say is that I will not. I understand what people say, you know, just stop watching Without a Crystal Ball. It's easier to stop watching her, stop talking about her. If people would stop talking about her, then obviously, you know, people wouldn't care about her. She wouldn't get the attention because that's what she wants, is the attention or whatever. I personally disagree, especially when it comes to issues like this. Um, who's Heather's Haven? Do you know who that is?
Yeah, that's somebody from the group on Facebook. One of the Vaughn groups.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Heather.
Hi.
I'm a mod at Justice for Vaughn and Exposing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hi. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad that somebody covered this because we have been absolutely fuming all day. Like,
I know.
she
A lot of
needs
people
help.
have.
Yeah, she needs help. Like, you know, in the very beginning, you know, there was a few warnings about her, but in the beginning, you know, we were, you know, so desperate. Like, you know, we just felt like the more coverage, the better.
And thank you, Magician's Manor, for telling me that. I'm sorry, sweetie. I just didn't want to interrupt Goose, but thank you. Go ahead, sweetie.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, we had no idea it would turn into this. Like, it's absolutely insane. And she's so ignorant. Like, everything she's saying is stuff that Dre's already said. Like,
yeah,
you know, trying to use the stuff that apparently Vaughn said about Letitia and all of that. Like, that's always been Dre's narrative. Like, nothing has changed. So, like, now that you've shown your true colors and we want to keep it not messy anymore, like, you're gonna sabotage everything else. Like, everyone sees right through you.
So, because you're an admin for Justice for Vaughn?
Yeah, I'm a moderator.
Okay. Did she ever try to reach out to you or anything like that?
We never had like personal conversations, but one thing that did irritate me is in her one of her recent posts, which she contradicted herself like she always does. She said that the groups reached out to her for help, which none of us did. And then right after that, she said her subscribers asked her to do the story. But then most of all of her subscribers didn't even know what she was talking about at first.
Exactly. I think because what KJ does is she will see what's gaining traction, and then she will try to jump on the bandwagon. And so I think because what she'll do sometimes is like I said, she'll talk out of both sides of her mouth, hoping that she doesn't get caught. Well, now there's so many people that are onto her, they see that. And so, like, you know, like she said, you know, the group asked me, trying to almost like, but you see how she posted that on Facebook. And then when she's talking on her live, then she talks about her supporters. So it's like, it's very calculated, like with what she does. I mean, even just showing like the text messages between like her and one of the mods, like, okay, you were literally like told to cool yourself.
Yeah.
And then you just keep talking about the other creator. Like, just stop already. Like, this is about a man who is fighting for his life that people are trying to get justice for. Like, just stop, you know?
Exactly.
And to
Hey,
answer the other part of your question, there was
go
one
ahead.
time that when in the a long time ago she made a post of when she apparently was helping the girl's father or whatever with the lawyer, which I feel is BS, but she
Yeah,
made a post asking for anyone with videos.
right.
Well, we have access to every single video that Dre has ever done. I've looked
Mm-hmm.
through them all. We've dissected them all. Like, even though so
Wow.
much has been shown, like we have so much more, And so I messaged her and I was like, hey, like, what exactly do you need? And I'm expecting like her to like say like, well, the lawyer needs this and that and that. Well, right away she responded, "Oh, I already got what I needed. The one with her crossing the border, that's gonna make him win the case." And I'm like, "So you got all of the information you needed in like 2 minutes?" Like, okay.
She clearly doesn't know like how custody cases work, because you need like more is better. Like I know that from my own case, and you know, you but whatever. I mean, she thinks she has it all. Let her think she has it all.
Right. Hey, Queen Tulsa, how are you?
Hi, ladies. Thank you, Tia, for having me. Hello, beautiful ladies.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm well. I know this is gonna be unpopular, and I know you guys are
Mm-hmm.
talking about KJ, but I
Mm-hmm.
think KJ is a nice woman, and I just want to speak with her because I feel like she's onto something, and I think that she's misunderstood, and so I would love to speak with her.
That's your choice. That is completely your choice. My issue with her is the way that she is handling and talking about this case. I've been covering her coverage of this case, and she's been lying since the beginning. But as far as, racial injustice and things like that, if you feel that you want to go on her panel and talk about that, that's your choice.
Yeah,
I'm not
because
going to judge you for that.
yeah, I think that we need to talk about it. I mean, when we see um the misrepresentation for our people. And I think that the people that are of no color, they think that when you sound off, you're angry. Yes, I'm angry because our people have not been getting the justice that we deserve. What
All
I
I
was
can say is I'm warning you. If you want to use her, that's great. She has a huge platform. If you want to use her, because I'm telling you, she's only using you. I'm just telling you that. But using her is there's nothing wrong with that in my opinion, but I'm telling you that I think it's wrong that she's trying to use you. That's my problem with it. Okay, go ahead.
you think that so you think that she's trying to use me to come over to her panel?
Yes.
I agree too. I've been following her for I think a little over 3 years, and I would say if you do it, just make sure that you do a
Be careful.
live. Don't do a pre-recorded where she can like, you know, just decide not to put it out.
Yeah,
Okay.
just
Oh,
be
and
careful.
you
Because
could
I can
tell
show
she
you
was
black
so
people that she
excited.
has screwed over. I can show you. Go ahead.
You could tell she was so excited, especially when she's reporting on Sherelle's videos. Like she's so excited to capitalize off of that because she's mentioned over and over how big of a platform Sherelle has.
Yeah, I think, and hopefully she sees this. I would just rather her come over to my platform just so
that
I
would
can
be
feel
that would
safe.
be great.
Yeah, just so I can feel safe. And then I'll even, she can give me a list of people and I can have them be mods. And just so it's a safe space for her because I know people will probably be trying to tear her down. But one thing I will say is to Miss Letitia. I found out about this case on Sherelle's World through Molly. And it just seems like when I wanted to report on the story, it was a lot of hoopla and it was like people are like trying to be selfish with the story. But my thing is, the more we have people talking about it, the more we are getting this out there. And we
I
want
agree.
traction from any and every stream of media. And so I will not stop. I'm not fighting for anybody that wants to get into it. I'm fighting for Vaughn. I'm fighting for his rights. He is silent right now. I'm using my voice. And I might play videos that may have been out there, but my following, my supporters, they had no clue about, this case. So everybody has to learn the case from beginning to end, to
Mhm.
really see what's really going on. And they'll see why I'm so frustrated and why I'm so outraged, because this man was with her. But you had these subscribers that were following for years and years and years, and you even had these people watching as she was giving him that stuff, and then
Yeah.
as he was seasoned out. And my question for them is, why didn't you dial 911? Why didn't you send for help?
Yeah, there's a lot of questions as to why a lot of her followers didn't do anything, but then you have to look at the side of parasocial relationships and how she had manipulated even her audience. When you're a bigger creator like her, I think people look up to you and they think you do no wrong. You like, it's almost like a celebrity. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though I can think critically, like Beyonce, I love Beyonce. Sometimes I think Beyonce can't do no wrong, but of course she can. Um, but I think that's what it was. I think that they just took her word. There are people who literally were following her diet and taking the herbs that she took and everything. You know what I mean? Because they
Right.
looked up to her and they thought she was right when she's saying, you got cancer, I can cure cancer. You got AIDS, I can cure. People believed in her.
Yeah,
So
and then
that might be why they didn't do anything about it, because they didn't think it was wrong. I'm sorry, go ahead, Goose.
I was just going to say, and then like, the one girl allegedly gets pregnant. So then they see that. And then from what I heard too, is that when things would start to go bad, like if people were having issues with like certain substances or whatever, then they'd get blocked. They'd, block island or whatever she calls it. And
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just kind of dangerous too, because, we've heard the story that there's allegedly like one person who may have even passed away from one
Yeah.
of the substances. I think it was the K, but I'm not positive.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, she's not putting out like the disclaimers like, hey, if you take K and the passion flower and Xanax together, like that's a deadly combo. She's just, I mean, if you can tell people till they're blue in the face, like, don't do this or don't try that or talk to your doctor or whatever. But when you're watching somebody tossing and washing 24/7, and I mean, I just wonder how many spoonfuls of stuff she took every day, and I would just say to you, Queen, that like when you I will be surprised if she comes on your channel, just because
I will say I'll be surprised with that too. And if
yeah.
she does, please message me and say, Tia, she's coming on my channel. Because then I'll say, okay, you proved me wrong. Because she don't do that. She don't go on nobody's channel.
Nope. She used to do it a long time ago when she was building her channel, but she I haven't seen her do that for a long time. And it's just like,
I think that would be amazing for her. Sorry, Gus. I think that would be amazing for her to come on your channel, because no matter what anybody says, like I always say, it is very, very hard for Black people to thrive here on YouTube. So I would think that was be amazing for her to come on your channel and that type of exposure, because she does have a big platform. I hope and she does that, but I'm just saying I don't see her doing it.
And put a post about it, like not just like go on your channel and then see how things go and then be like, okay, I'm gonna, now, and then she puts the video on her channel to show her subs or whatever, I mean, it's like she's the only person who has said like, you got to come to my channel to watch this one video, this one recording, it's like, no, if you care about this case, you won't care who put stuff out. The whole reason that she went off on Annie today was because Annie put out a video today. She did just like a summary of it, like an hour and 8 minutes or so. And I thought it was really nicely done. There was a couple things in there that I was like, wait, what? I don't remember those, but maybe she got a little more information. I'm not sure. Cause she does tend to do her research. And when she was talking about the Michael Long case with Annie, like, yes, there was, I followed that case and I watched a lot of people, make mistakes. But one of the things that Annie did do that, of course, KJ didn't bring up is the fact that she apologized, like an actual apology on her channel to the mother. Like, and so, it irritates me that KJ will call people out for their faults, but yet she can't do any wrong. She'll say left and right, just, oh, well, I always apologize when I do something wrong. I'll be the first to admit when I'm wrong. And I'm like, bitch, when did you ever apologize? I never heard you apologize. I heard you talk about apologies, but I've never heard you say like, oh, I did this wrong and I'm sorry, or, it's like,
Right. I'm just telling you to be careful. That's all, Queen.
Yeah,
Just
I understand.
look out for you. That's all.
Yeah, I understand. We're just women out here that are just trying to do our jobs, do our due diligence, and report the story. And
Right.
of course, there's going to be mess, but we just overpower it with the truth, the investigation that we have going on. And I tell a story one way, you tell a story one way. That's what makes us all creative.
Absolutely, I agree.
Right. And I think anybody who is covering this case, like, if they really truly care about the case, they shouldn't get mad when people like use like pieces of their videos and stuff. Like, I mean, there's probably things that KJ said at some point that were good clips, but there's people that are worried to use it because they don't want to get struck because she's, likes to do that stuff. And then you have other people saying, clip it, cut it, share it, whatever. And so I think that, if you're doing this specific, it's one thing if you're doing it's and you're not covering a case and you're, you put a lot of time into something and, you don't necessarily want somebody to show the entire video. That's understandable. But when it's something like this and you're really like preaching like, hey, this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to get help. You should look at it as, hey, you know what? This is getting the word out. I don't care if you use the video or whatever, just like Teaya, Tia's always really good about it, like saying, this came from this channel or whatever. And so I think that's always a good thing, but people should do that more with this case or just, like true crime stuff in general, just because at the end of the day, usually it's to try to get to educate people and, obviously.
And I think it is just enlightening people and to, look for those signs. I mean, this was just a test run. You guys, the people that were following, y'all were there. This is a test run. So the next time y'all see some out of order on somebody's live, do the due diligence and do the right thing. Don't just sit back and laugh because it could be you. It could be anybody. And the way this world is, you never know what's going to happen. Look at the mass that we've been having. This world is just so messed up. I say all the time, united we stand, divided we fall. It doesn't matter.
Right.
Just be here for the right cause and leave that drama at the door.
Right.
Right. And I think a huge
Thank you for
thing.
posting my link, Teaya. I really appreciate you.
You're welcome. Go subscribe to her. I'm sure, and I can't wait to listen to your content. I'm very excited about that. I'm sorry. Go
I really
ahead,
hope that KJ does the interview. I'm gonna say some prayers and throw out some positive vibes into the ether and hope that it happens because I think it'd be real good.
I do too. I do too. I'm just saying, I'm only telling you this just because you seem like a very nice, genuine, beautiful woman. Be careful. That's all I'm saying. Because I don't just bring awareness about her for nothing. And
Absolutely.
she has hurt a lot of people, a lot of people. And I don't want to see that done to you. So I
Well,
don't want I don't want for like any collab that she's ever done, any collab, it's always turned bad. So I don't want that to happen to you. So I do feel like going on your platform would be so much better for you. And maybe she will. Maybe she'll prove us all wrong, and I hope she does because you deserve that exposure, Queen. So,
It'd show her intentions too, I mean, if she really wants to, like, you know, have the um like basically I can't think of the word I'm trying to say, but
kind of like a sit down, a one-on-one.
yeah, but like
Yeah.
have it like in the eyes of like a Black person. I just can't think of what the word I'm trying to say is, but like basically just because obviously she can't look at it that way as much as we
I'll give her
try and stuff,
different
we
lens
can't.
to look through. I'll give her a different lens to look through.
exactly.
Hmm.
Exactly. That's how I look at it because with all the racial injustice, like I said, there definitely is a lot of racial undertones in this case. And for you to be able to open other people's eyes to that, that's amazing. That would be amazing. And I
So
don't think,
appreciated.
right. And I don't think you should have to go on her channel to do that. She should come to your channel. Or
Yep,
maybe,
because if
or
it's not about
maybe
clicks and views.
exactly. Or maybe have it to where she comes on your channel and then you can go on her channel, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah. I
two
think that's
different
fair.
interviews.
I think
Yeah,
that's very fair because
yeah.
then because you're not as familiar with her, then it would be like I would say, like, I don't like to say the word safer, but Tia, you know what I'm saying. Like
Yeah,
it would just, I think it would be better to start that way because then, like, I don't want to say like you have more power or control that way, but you do have more control that way. And so I think it's better off for anybody who's trying to um interact with her to begin with to do that.
right. I
And just
agree.
don't give her any like personal contact information of yours, whatever you do.
Yes. No, don't do that. Please don't do that.
And Queen, I wanted to say something to you because I was watching that night that you went on the panel. Um, it broke my heart because you were trying to bring up such an important thing, and how you said that in times like these, we have to put everything aside and come together, and we have to accept that everyone has different views and opinions and where they're coming from. And myself, not being African American, I am always going to be ignorant to that feeling or completely understanding where those feelings come from and where that injustice come from. I see it. I know it exists. I haven't lived in it because I grew up not thinking differently of people. My parents raised me like that. My husband is not white, but I'm always going to be ignorant in that fact. Therefore, we should always allow that to be brought up and spoke on because it's important
Amen.
and it's definitely part of this case. So,
Amen.
Yeah. And you know
I
what the
agree.
thing is, when you're bringing up uncomfortable topics with people, they already have their personal view. And I would say this, their subscribers share those same views. So when you bring up race on a certain person's channel, they're going to try to quiet that down because they're like, okay, I really can't say how I feel. And if I say something wrong, then my subscribers are going to look at me different.
Right. That's true. Even though I don't care about anything like that. As a matter of fact, I will contact you on um, Instagram, maybe because to be honest with you, there's some things that you said that my mom used to preach to me. My mom passed away, but
I'm sorry to hear that.
thank you. It was like 8 years ago, but she was very, and I don't want to get into the conversation now, but I would like to have a conversation about it to see your perspective, because maybe you can explain it better than I can about how you say that white people can't be racist. Now, I don't want to talk about it now, but I do want to have a conversation about that because my mom used to say the same thing. She was a philosopher. My mom grew up in those times. So she used to say that all the time. And I didn't agree with my mom back then. And I still go back and forth with it now. So I would like to have a conversation about that. So you can explain that a little better because you weren't able to say that. You know what I mean?
On that
On the
live.
panel. And I would like to talk about that because that's a deep rooted conversation.
Yeah, well, we can talk about it soon because it flows with, the climate that we're in, it's just so much. And it's like we've endured, and I won't go into a lot, but I'll just touch on it. But we've endured a lot. And it's like, let's come together as people. Let's unteach those things that y'all were taught that were wrong. But you have to be willing to be educated. You got to be a teachable.
Right.
If you're
you
not
have to be open-minded.
Yeah. If you're not that, then you're pretty much wasting your time. But I'll keep preaching it because eventually they'll catch on.
Yeah.
Eventually they'll catch on.
Yeah.
And thank you for the allies that we do have that support us.
Absolutely.
And,
Absolutely.
that standing for what's right and what's not popular. I'm not trying to bring a divide like white people here, black people here. I want us all to see this from a different lens, and let's all hold our judgment to the end. But right now we're giving observations, we're giving hypotheses. I don't think that anybody's doing anything wrong. We're just dissecting this like an investigator would.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yep, you're absolutely right. Anything you want to say, sweetheart? I forgot your name. What is it?
Heather.
This beautiful nails.
What's your name?
Heather.
Heather. Okay, Heather. Sorry.
Yeah.
I forgot your name. And is there anything that you have to say? Well,
I would go on and on about Katie, but I think there's just too much to say. I was just fuming all day because, and one thing I don't think, we've been around since the very, very beginning, and there's just so many different views about this whole situation. And Letitia didn't create these groups. Letitia didn't go to YouTube.
Right.
We saw the injustice in a mother crying out for help, and we all came together. It's not just like a bunch of random people. There is people that were Dre's friends, her supporters, thousands. Between two groups, we have over 100,000 people.
I know.
And when people, it's turned into like, she has hit so many roadblocks, and all she's wanted to do is see her baby. It's like, and it makes me sick that somebody like this person tonight is just like, why are you keep on going? Like, leave her alone. Like all we want to do is protect her and get justice and save those kids. And it's just like, you guys have seen, it's turned into a shit show. And it's like, it's infuriating. And like, just bringing up every little thing she can to distract it. Like, I can debunk everything she says. Like, you don't donate to somebody and then ask for receipts. It's none of your business. And if you were educated enough, you would know that what Letitia and that family has to go through, that is probably coming up, it's going to cost thousands of dollars.
Oh, like, tens of thousands of dollars easily. I mean, it's going to be a lot.
She doesn't even have enough right now. you know?
Right.
And it's just going to keep going and going.
Right.
And
And
I
I
just,
understand that.
yeah, I hate
She's got a
that
long
it's
road
like,
ahead of her.
and people just keep on bringing up money, and like, why would we all donate to her and then like somehow we're in cahoots and like we're getting a cut? Like, that's so stupid. Like, it makes me sad that there is so much evil in this world that they really think that it is not possible for a community to come together to help a family.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and can I step in there right quick?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I wanted to say this. When you give something, you give from the heart, you
Yes.
know, and if you can't give it, don't give it, you know, and that's just my take on it. I'm a parent, I have 3 children, and I couldn't imagine the pain that that mother is feeling right now. To be
Amen.
told I can't know what my child's update is, or I
Yeah.
can't visit, or I want to meet my grandchildren that I've never met. So we
Yep.
all have to be considerate. If you're a mother, if you're someone's child, just imagine, put yourself in this situation.
Yep.
And that, just an FYI for the cost there, that's like very, very low. Very low. Like, I would say that probably in Arizona, the average is going to be at least between $300 and $500 an hour. I mean, it's like, and in California, probably $400 to $600 an hour. I mean, it's like, I've never,
Well,
and I'm not,
let's take this into consideration, whether if it was that or not. She's still being charged, whether if it's a text message, a phone call, they are charging her every time she
right.
communicates with them. So
Yep.
y'all,
Yep.
let's be mindful of that. If y'all haven't dealt with an attorney, you call them, they charging you. You text them, they anytime you're communicating with them. And just imagine this mom, just imagine how bad she want to keep picking up that phone and calling. So we have to keep that into consideration, y'all.
Right. Like KJ's going, oh, well, they never filed any paperwork with the courts. That doesn't freaking matter. She could have still spent hours getting paperwork ready. There was still attorneys involved in order to get the visit set up because Dre didn't want to try to do it on herself. As soon as Letitia didn't want to write a statement and retract, honest things that she had said, because we all know she never said anything nasty about Dre. She was just talking about the concerns of her son and the
Never.
concerns of what she had seen online. I'm sorry,
Right.
but I think it was amazing that Letitia didn't retract that, because then she would have just been given in to Dre, controlling yet another person. And that is so wrong. So,
And
it's like,
still till this day, Letitia is not allowed to know his medical condition. Like, she's not allowed to know anything about her own son medically and what's going on with him.
right.
That's messed up. That's
Super
messed
messed
up.
up.
Another thing, we have teen pregnancies all the time, y'all. And let me just say this. We got to thank our parents for not discarding us. Okay? And the reason why I say that is Letitia didn't discard her child.
Right.
She
Amen.
gave him to someone that could care for him because she wasn't of age. And we've all done some things in our life that we're not proud of. And I'm not saying that was a mistake, because a child is a blessing. And a
Yes.
child is a God's way of saying the world should go on. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? So no
Right.
matter what she did in her past, no matter we're not God. We don't have, that book to judge somebody. We are forgiven daily. We all sin daily. When we looking at that nice man and we like, oh damn, he look good. That's lusting. So we're
Mhm.
all sin, and we all have to say, Lord, forgive me. Okay. So let's just be mindful that this woman, this beautiful queen, we are the village, and we have to do what's necessary to support that queen.
Right.
Amen.
Exactly. Coming together and helping everybody, as best as we can, because they always say like 2 heads are better than one. It takes a village, they always say all that. And this is one of those times where, people that can help people. If you can't, you know, that's understandable, but you can pray. If you don't pray and you don't believe in God, then send positive vibes up, you know, like there's always something somebody can do, whether you can physically do it, financially do it, spiritually do it, mentally do it, whatever it is, you know, there's something that can be done. Just try to stay positive. Don't, just because you get upset and irritated because a case isn't going the way you want it to go, you don't start dragging everybody. Because the thing that irritated me, and I said this a million times on the other live with Teaya the other night, was when KJ kept bringing up the gun thing and then showing her car. And I'm like, you want to say and preach that you're for Black people, but yet you go and say that this Black woman is carrying around a gun, and then you show her freaking car knowing that she's driving across the country. Like, how are you for Black people when you're going to do that? When you already know that it's going to be more dangerous when they get pulled over. Like, and now you're going to say, here's what her car looks like, and here she has a gun. Like, you're literally asking for her to get in trouble and have something, you know, potentially traumatic happen if
And
she
on
gets
top
pulled
of that,
over.
she twisted that.
Exactly.
Because Miss Letitia was not saying it in that context. Katie was talking to her, talking about her haters and people giving her a hard time on the internet and protecting her family and all that. And that's when Letitia said that. Said, like, in this type of world, I carry protection. It was in that type of way. It was in no way like against Dre or she's some type of dangerous woman. And I also want to say for the record, and I hope as many people say this, Miss Letitia, and I've been in direct contact with her as well as the other admins and moderators, I have never heard that woman be disrespectful, say anything negative, say anything bad, even about Dre. I've heard her cry and be sad.
She's a woman of God. That's what you call a woman of God. See, the devil, and I'm gonna say this, I ain't mean to jump in, but the devil is busy. So the devil is always gonna try to stir things up. But that woman, she has God on her side. That's why she ain't flipped out. Because guess what? With all this going on, I can't say I wouldn't have flipped the fuck out.
Oh, I'm right there with you too.
I can't say that. So my hat goes off to this woman for keeping her composure, because that's what they want. They want to see an angry Black woman. That woman has a lot of shit on her chest and she has every reason to go off. But with the strength of God, she's holding on in there. With our prayers and with our great vibes, I feel like us sisters up here, I just really want to cry, because it's like we all come from different colors, but we're all here for a great cause and we're loving and we're supporting each other. And I love it when we have times like this, but I hate it that we have to come together on this type of occasion to get along, to be in one room, you know? So let's make this normal. If you're watching this, make it normal. Love on your sisters. Listen here, y'all. We all, ladies, we come from different backgrounds, but we all have a lot of shit in common. Just different days, different time stamps. Let's uplift that next woman. Let's encourage that woman. Let's encourage that brother. Let's start seeing the good in people. Let's start seeing the good in people, y'all.
Yeah.
I can tell you, I won't see any good in KJ. Like, until she changes her ways, I will not see any good in her, because I have seen her do too many evil things, and I cannot just stand by and not speak on it.
And I respect that, and I feel like you have every reason to feel that way. I'm not going to take that away.
And don't let her. All I'm saying is that you seem like a very spiritual, religious, powerful. Don't let her just take advantage of you. That's all I'm saying. That's when I seen that she wanted you on her panel, of course, the first thing I'm saying is, like, don't use racial issues for your own benefit. If you care about that, you're going to talk about it every chance you get to bring awareness about it, not just when it suits you or when it's convenient for you. But the one thing that I will say is, of course, I was still happy. Like, okay, that's good that this Black woman, a creator here on YouTube, is going to get more exposure. But in that same sense, she's still using that to her advantage, in my opinion, because I've seen, even with who was it, BX Beast Boy, she literally threw him under the bus. It was bad. Every collab that she gets involved with, it just turns bad. So that's why I'm telling you to be careful. That's all.
Yeah,
We
she
are
had
all
issues with Sherelle. I mean, that's
Sherelle too. Sherelle's world too. Yep. That I think they're okay now. Like they don't speak on each other, but she did really bad things to Sherelle's world too. Yeah.
anytime she gets upset with somebody because they don't say that again.
Oh, I was telling Tia to check the private chat,
Okay.
please.
Mm-hmm.
And personally,
Okay.
being
Okay.
behind
I
the
got you.
scenes,
I got you.
Check it one more time.
I cannot. After seeing how much that poor woman's
Yep.
been drugged, I at this point I can't forgive anybody that goes against her. I can't.
I
It
know.
breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. I don't understand it. I don't. And I guess maybe that's another ignorant part of me, that there is so much evil in this world that can just put shit aside and just move on and not be selfish. Like, this is a big issue. Like, he's been laying there for how long? We don't know if those kids are okay.
Mm-hmm.
Letitia's heart's been broken for how long? And it's just like, I don't know. I just can't. I can't.
I know.
And just the one more thing with her, if
Mm-hmm.
I can't even get the nerve to scroll down, but when she finally realized her Facebook platform grew, the very first time she went live, she was all excited and happy about, oh, what are stars? Oh, I get a penny each. Oh, you guys are so kind. And it's just like, she's seeing how much money she's bringing in, because I couldn't understand how she's going live still with this shit, because she said she's done, but now she's not done. So
Right.
And she had to sign up for those stars too. I mean, it's like
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
she's just, and then today, I guess, she's been telling people like, I can't go live on IG. And then I guess she like clicked on for a split second and then clicked off. And so it's like, I said she must have gone, ooh, oh shit. Because she probably was trying to do something
Banned
else.
from IG with her crazy self. In my opinion, she's probably banned. But I am so happy that we had this conversation. Heather, I'm so happy that you chose to come up here. This is not going to be the last time I call KJ out. So you are always welcomed on panel, Heather,
thank you
to
so
give
much.
your opinion about that, or if you just want to vent, because I can tell you right now, she's not done. She's
Thank
not.
you.
I'm just warning you. Go ahead and warn her, Goose. Like, she's not done. It's just, that's just the way she is. I pray that she stops, because this family is going through enough. But I just think that this is a case that she really wants to be involved in. So
It's just gross. It's like, okay, knock it off with all the other extra bullshit on the side. Like, if you really care about the kids and you really care about the man, then get rid of all the extra stuff, because all that does is just take away from the issue that we're all trying to work so hard on. It's like, we want justice for Vaughn, and yes, we want his children to be in a safe place. But, you want to talk trash about Letitia, but yet she literally asked Dre, hey, can I see the kids? She didn't say, hey, can I see Raza? She said, can I see the kids?
Yeah.
Because she didn't want to like just section out Raza, because technically, even though the other two aren't biologically hers, it's like she was trying to do the right thing as a grandma. And it's like,
yeah.
And that's what
so mad.
I want to give you a perfect example. Did y'all see that viral video of like the lady and the guy about the McDonald's, when the guy had brought food for just one of the kids and not all the kids?
I seen that. That was staged, but go ahead. Lovely T talked about that. Go ahead.
But
yeah,
when you acknowledge kids, your son is married to this woman. When you get married, both families come together. And it seemed like it came together on, even though Miss Letitia didn't agree, but she was still supporting of her child.
Right. She was.
And to not only accept his bonus children, she didn't have to do that.
Right.
That's what
Right.
a godly woman is. When you when you put families together, that's what you get. And so, shout out to Miss Letitia for being a stand-up woman. I think that
Hmm.
we all can take notes from her. Um, seems like a woman that, started off. It's not where you start off, it's where you finish.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And her
Yep.
son, I want to say this, her son in ninth grade told her that he wanted to be a Marine. You want to know why? Career day had come by, the Marines had come by, and that's where he developed his love for being a Marine. And so all during high school, he went to prep 3 times out of a week for 4 years. So during his whole high school year. So he was really dedicated to being a Marine. So when I heard that he got out, it was very strange to me, and it didn't seem like it was his choice.
I agree. I don't think it was his choice either. Actually, we did a video on this. I think, was it last night, Tia, where we
Mhm.
talked about that? Or
Yeah.
it might have been, it was either the one we did last night or like 2 nights ago. But um, it was sad too, because even Letitia still has his pin from when he graduated, not from high school, but from
Yeah, yeah.
um, and it's like, you want to try to break this woman down and make it seem like she's not his mother, but yet, you know, she has all these stories and everything to tell about when he was when he was living with her. And, she wants to say, oh, but he said this about his mom and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, okay, did you see the video from like 10 days prior to this incident happening? Because I
Right.
will not call it what she wants to call it. I'm sorry. But you know what, KJ, if you had a brain and you actually paid attention to what's going on right now, what Vaughn said before, and then what's happening with there being a police report, that should at
Mhm.
least make your brain go a little bit like, oh, wait, maybe that's not what happened. Because if they were so sure that that's what happened, they would not be investigating it. And she can go, oh, well, that's because they're worried that Letitia's going to sue them. Well, she has every right to do that. They spent 31 minutes at the house. That's it. They didn't even
Yeah.
gather all the stuff they should have gathered. So whether it comes out that they still say that's what happened or not, I hope they don't, because I feel like with all the videos and everything like that, I'll just leave it at that. I just
Yeah.
have my
I
thoughts on
agree.
it. And
Yeah,
I,
it
We
is.
all do.
There's just
We all do.
there's way too much to think that
Ignore.
that's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people have said, he's a grown man, he's a grown man, he chose this, he chose that, but there's so much evidence that he was being given stuff he didn't even know about.
Yeah.
So if
That's
he's
true.
taking one thing willingly and she's trying to be his doctor, and he didn't have a prescription, and she's already been seen, come, this is my opinion, she's already been seen coming across the border and going and bringing all these prescriptions back, and then doing that whatever crap biofeedback. And whoever this chick is that's doing it for her probably threatened her too, that whatever medical advice she's giving her, that it can't ever come back on her. So she's giving phenobarbital, Ativan, all this. Who's to say he didn't have a big reaction? And now she's thinking, well, it can't, they're going to know because it's in his system. And
Yeah.
then other people are saying, well, if she cared so much, she would have pulled. Maybe she didn't expect him to make it.
Maybe.
yeah,
And
that
now
was kind of my thought too,
and
because
now she's
that's,
like, I got to act like wife of the year, And even if not, like, as a wife, you ladies know, like, as a wife, your significant other did that. Wouldn't you be like, what did
hysterical.
I do?
Ain't no doubt. I don't even have to think about it. We dialing 911.
Right.
Right.
You know,
But even after in his current position, wouldn't you be wondering and feeling guilty if you, like, how he got to that point, and I didn't like try to intervene or help
Right.
him or
Mm-hmm.
reach out to his family. Like, hey,
Right.
he's
Right.
really going through it. He needs you guys.
Yep. But
You
that's how
know?
selfish she was. Remember during the recording when he talked about wanting to reach out at one point, and then he was like, I don't have their numbers. And she's like, oh, I can call him and get it. And then he was like, well, I guess,
Yeah,
I can
right.
call my grandma. I'm like, why? It's so sad. I mean, I'm a survivor of DV, and I know just how manipulative somebody can be, and it is heartbreaking. And until you go through it, a lot of people won't ever understand. They'll be like, oh, it's easy, just leave. It's not that easy, especially when you have a child. And if you don't have a car and you don't have money and you don't have a debit card and you don't have a cell phone, and
Right.
I mean, I just think about like how things were at that point, and but we know from other videos that he wanted to leave at other points
Yeah.
in the marriage. And there was that post put out, or was it a post or a call or something from his therapist talking about how that it was Dre who was upset because he was finally using his voice.
Right.
And
It
I
took
think
one person that really, was just visiting with him for a few times, saying, hey, giving him that confidence.
Yep,
And she didn't like that.
exactly.
Right.
And
Because she was used to him being like, yes, man, like, I'll do everything. And he's like, no, this is BS. I'm not going to do this anymore.
I think
And
he
then,
finally grew
yeah,
up. He was growing up and he finally seen that this is not a normal relationship. And I think he started realizing this is a one-sided relationship. And he knew that I think he was realizing he didn't deserve that. He deserved more. I don't believe that anybody, once you start getting older, you get wiser.
right.
Most people. And I think he started realizing, like he even said in that audio, like, you didn't do anything but use me, And
Right.
in a lot of ways, she may have. She may have. Because if it wasn't, like I always say, if it wasn't for him, Dre would not have gotten where she is.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Just like what we talked about last night.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, we were talking at the same time. Go ahead.
Let's talk about the time when he said that he didn't even have money for a sandwich. Like, that really broke my spirit. You don't. It says that in the Bible. If somebody's hungry, you feed them. They need clothes, you clothe them. And so that really that hurt my heart. I'm like, I've been in that position to where I ain't have nothing to eat.
He cleaned that house. He took care of
Yeah.
those kids. He ran that business for her. He packaged all those packages. He did everything. That money was his money too. I don't care.
It
That's how it
was.
works. When you're a team, you're a team. Like, that was disgusting.
He didn't even have a phone. He had no access to anything.
Right. And I think, it's like when she bragged about like hiding $18,000, and then she got ticked off at him for opening up an account for $25 for his like disability to go into. It's like, okay, so anybody who's ever had disability or social security knows it's not some crazy big check. We can all bet probably
control over him.
Say that again.
She had complete control over him.
Yeah, it's just like, it's so sad. And I mean, when he had his issue with his surgery and he got the settlement, and then it all went towards stuff for her, the trailer, the truck, I'm sure a big chunk of it went towards buying her paparazzi jewelry. And, it's like,
yeah,
it's just sad, I just pray so hard that I really hope that God gives us a miracle with this, because
I do too.
I feel like Vaughn deserves, like, this makes me sad because I feel like he deserves to still have so much of his life left. And I don't mean to get emotional, but it's just sad because I feel like this fucking bitch, like, ruined part of his life and ruined the relationship with his mom, and then brainwashed him into thinking like that things were so bad with her. Because if things were that bad, he would not have been that excited when he was like, in that kitchen video when
Yeah.
he was like glowing. And although he was like emaciated and super skinny, but he was just so excited. And I guess I get upset because of what I went through with my daughter's father. And
It's
I'm
very
so,
triggering.
yeah,
It is.
yeah. And it's like, I just want so badly for him to wake up and still have another chance so that he can have like some like peace and happiness and not
Yeah.
have to
Because
feel
he
like he's
deserves it.
trapped.
He
Yeah,
deserves to have real love. He deserves to be in a relationship where it's, 50-50, 100-100. That's what I believe in, 100-100. You give me 100, I'll give you 100. He
right.
deserves all of that. He's only 29 years old. I pray all the time that he gets through this. And I believe he will. I do.
I think somebody made a very good point. Dave said, and every time she called the police, she put his life around risk. As a black man, if you call the police, you call a gun to the situation every time. Yeah, because she tried to paint
Yeah.
a narrative that he was just this big black man. He was scary. She would have to leave the house. But when we see him
Right.
on videos, that's not him. I feel like if a man is gonna be violent, he's gonna be violent all the time. He's not gonna care if the camera's rolling or not.
And
I
as
think
much as she was in front of that camera, we would have seen it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think
Yeah.
we saw more, at least in my opinion, we saw more of her being aggressive and just like uncaring and everything. It's like that video where he finally raises his voice and some people will be like, oh, he was being abusive there. He was being aggressive with her. You know what? I look at that video and
That
I
girl
think
ain't seen
good
nothing.
for freaking Vaughn. He had a voice and he used his voice there. And the thing that pissed me off is it made me think of the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial because it made me think of when Amber would record and she'd be like, oh, but Johnny, and then in this one, Dre's like, but Vaughn, what are you talking about?
Right.
It's like,
Right.
no, I know you're recording it. You can't go crazy and cuss and yell and scream and everything like that. You want to make this man look as awful as possible. Just like
Yeah.
every time that she called 911, I feel like that's when he was getting closer and closer to wanting to leave. And so, with the exception of like when he allegedly would OD or whatever, which in my opinion, was her fault. Because all the videos show her handing him stuff, her dosing it to him, and so I feel like she did that to save her ass and to save him, but then she would flip it and
For
say whatever
goodness
she
sake, she called 911 on him because he took his computer.
yeah, because he wanted to
Who
leave.
does that? Like, what the, who calls 911 because he took his own property? That just shows you and gives you an idea of what it was like in their home.
That's why this is so big and this needs to be looked in. And this is kind of off subject, but when people were talking about like Letitia and the lawyer and stuff like that, there's gonna have to be like a couple different kind of lawyers. Like this needs to be looked in so deeply because of Miss Cop Collar, Miss I can't even go there. Who knows if one of those officers have already been there 10 times and they already have some preconceived notion of who this guy they think is when they don't even know the truth.
Exactly.
And
Because of what she said.
Right. And I want to know too, she's claiming that something may have happened 2 months before. What did you do then? Because you bet your ass if my spouse tried to take his life, I'm calling his family, I'm calling his friends, I'm calling a
I'm
therapist.
calling his mama.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. You don't try to take that in yourself. You don't try to do that. You get as much help as possible because once it gets to the point where somebody does try, that's like, you are very lucky. My little youngest cousin took his life on November 2nd of almost 2 years ago and jumped off the Newport Bridge. And we had no idea. His nickname was actually Happy Jack because he was always happy, and he was about to graduate to be a doctor, and it was just such a shock because we really had no idea because he was always happy around everybody. But when you get that chance, when that doesn't happen, and you can get them the help they deserve, because usually people they get in that mode. I know I've been there, and you just need help getting out of it. And you can't be afraid as a family member or a friend or a coworker to ask for help for somebody. You know what I mean? It's like, you've got basically one chance to try to get it right. So I just wonder, like, did she try to get him more help? And, because I just feel like not reaching out to the family, like, I can understand that if you're starting a relationship with somebody and you find out their mom doesn't like you, like, that would hurt. But why not try to actually make the relationship better? Why not? Like, for me, what I would do is I would just love bomb the heck out of the mother, not in a bad way, not like in a narcissistic, abusive sort of way.
Yeah, figure out some things that she like, flowers,
Yes.
flowers. I mean,
yeah,
it's all about creating that bond. Like you said, sometimes you gotta put your attitude aside and say, okay, let me be the bigger person and let me take the lead in this, and just let's just see where it goes.
Right. Instead, yeah.
Unfortunately, Dre seems as like a narcissist to me, in my opinion. And narcissists don't like when people call them out. Narcissists don't like when people, because Letitia had concerns and in the beginning, but she still accepted her. She just had some concerns in the beginning. Once Vaughn said he loved her, that was it. There was nothing she can do at that point. They were married. But the point is that from the moment Letitia said that, Dre was done with her. And it's wrong on so many levels because Letitia, that's her baby. She has every right to have concerns. But Dre saw her as the enemy because Letitia had her number from the very beginning. And Letitia obviously was right.
Yeah.
It was.
It's just like, just makes you wonder how different things would be if Dre had just been like, hey, let's put our differences aside and try to, work on things. Even just like I said, when Letitia was there just this time and she asked to see the kids, it's like, okay, you guys
Or
could
how
be
about
trying to
from the
work
very
together,
beginning,
say that again?
How about from the very beginning when,
When she prayed on
I understand you're young, like we had some fun, we met at the club, like that's cool, but I'm older than you, I'm married with kids, and you're not ready for that. And he said that over and over and over.
He did.
She prayed on him.
Yep.
Prayed on him. That's what she sat up, she prayed on him. Then she said that, she was dancing on him. Then she told him to get his funk off of her. Like, what?
Yeah, she's like, what'd she say? Like, I trapped him or whatever, and then I showed him my crazy or something like that.
Yes, that's what she said. She trapped him, and then that's when he seen her crazy.
Mm-hmm. But I want to talk to that husband of hers that she had for 8 months.
But she had 2 kids with. So I'm wondering how that worked.
For 8 months, girl. 8.
Yeah, 8 months of marriage. But they have 2 kids, so they were together longer than 8 months. So they must have been together for. I've been thinking about this because from what I understand, she met Dre before she was even completely divorced. And in the state of Washington, you have to be separated for 6 months before you can finalize a divorce. And I think they were together weren't they only together for 6 months when they got married? Vaughn and Dre.
They got together in February and they were married in September.
Do you know when Raza was born?
A month later. She says she got pregnant the day they got married.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So, yeah. So.
Yeah, it was planned. She set that right on up.
You took that right out of my mouth. She had a plan. Yeah, for sure.
I wouldn't be surprised if she got pregnant before her wedding night. I'm just going to say it.
Probably. Yeah. He's young.
And I have the recording of her saying, it was our final meet down, to sit down and, really see if we can make this work. And, he was so concerned that he wasn't ready to be a father. And she's like, I told him, like, I've been holding this fort down for years already. Like, you don't need to worry about nothing. Like,
Yeah.
You know, and then like not even that much longer, she's bitching at him over some
Money.
business deal he has with his mom. That's none of
Yep.
her business.
Exactly. Exactly. And she even
We were
told him,
just talking about that yesterday.
yep,
Just
she told
yesterday.
she told him like they have their own father. You don't need to be, be a dad. But I think anybody with a brain knows that when you get married, whether it's you have children or your husband has children, like you're gonna you have to bond with the children. Like, you know
Yeah,
what I
if you're
mean?
married,
How
your
weird
children
would that
are
be?
part of you. Your children are
Yeah,
part of you. So if you're marrying her, you're marrying her children as well. So,
exactly.
all right, you guys, it's 5 o'clock in the morning here. I'm going to wrap this up.
Okay, I'm
But
gonna hop down.
I will have, okay, Goose, thank you so much for coming up. I would love to have both of you guys back here on panel anytime because I usually go live every day, just not on the weekends. So if you want to come up, please don't hesitate to say Tia, drop a link. Okay?
Okay. Thank you
Both
so
of
much.
you.
Thank you. It was nice talking with all of you ladies.
Nice.
It was very nice
Heather.
talking to you.
What was your other friend's name?
Goose.
Goose.
That's Goose. Mm-hmm.
Goose. Nice visiting with you as well. And Sparkle, everybody in the chat, I love you guys. And thank you for
We love
having me.
you. Thank you. Come back anytime.
Okay. Will do. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Heather, thank you so much for coming up, both of you guys. That was such a great conversation. I'm very happy with that conversation. Every time I do lives, they always end up long. I can't help it. I just can't help it. But I had nothing but an amazing time. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. Holy crap, that was too good. 2 hours sleep tonight before work. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dave. I do that all the time. I always say, "Oh, this isn't going to be a long live stream." People been calling me out on it, but laughing about it, because when I start talking and getting into things, I get very passionate and I want to continue talking about it. And not many people come up on my panel. So it's always a pleasure to have people on my panel. I want to hear a different perspective from people. So I will continue to call KJ out. I would appreciate if people could stop leaving comments saying just ignore KJ, because that's not what I do. This is YouTube, and on YouTube, you have commentary channels, you have drama channels, you have channels, true crime channels. Everybody has a channel and a genre. Mine is commentary and makeup, which I got to get to the makeup thing. It's just been hectic with this case. But ignoring KJ isn't going to help either. The better thing to do would be to ignore her. But when she does problematic things like this and trying to use racial injustice and social injustice and all those things for her benefit, I'm going to call those things out. That's what I do. So, I hope that when you're telling me in my comment section to ignore her, that you're telling other channels in their comment section to ignore her as well. Because it doesn't make any sense for me to have a commentary channel and I'm covering this case and not pay any attention to the things that she's been doing and the problematic things that she continues to do. And now she's hurting a family that's in a very, very vulnerable, sensitive situation, and they don't deserve this. They don't. No family does. But especially that, it's exactly Llama Girl. We're not going to ignore her. We're going to continue to call her out. Make sure you follow Llama Girl on Twitter. Subscribe to Queen Tossa and everybody else here who has a channel. And it was a great conversation. Thank you to my amazing mods, Goose, Llama Girl, Sparkle. You guys are amazing. Thank you for hanging in there with me. Thank you for all of the super chats and being so supportive to me, you guys, interacting with me. I love each and every one of you guys. And if I'm not back on here tomorrow, I'll be back on here for sure on Friday. Night, morning, afternoon. Exactly. Good night, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you're at. The problem is chumming up with her. Exactly. I think Queen Tossa she'll learn. You know, I think that she gets it already. I do. And I think that she is smart enough to know that how KJ is. I think she's a very intelligent woman, and she'll get it for sure. I get it. And I don't think she's the type that will learn the hard way. You never know. Katie might learn the hard way with Queen Tulsa. Okay? Just saying. You don't mess with people. You can't just mess with everybody and think you're gonna get away with it. So she seems like a very strong Queen Tulsa seems like a strong woman, and that she's not gonna take any crap. So I love you guys, and I will see you guys tomorrow. And I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your day, night, afternoon, wherever you are. And be good to one another and pray for Vaughn before you go to sleep, before you close your eyes. Pray for Vaughn to open his eyes. Okay? I love you guys so much. Deuces. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Happy birthday. Whose birthday is it? Whose birthday is it? Oh, happy birthday, Alberta and Stella. Oh, I hope you have a well, then I'll just have to come back on here tomorrow. So I hope you have an amazing birthday if I'm not on here, okay? Love you. Bye. Deuces.